Hey Alessandro, how you doing? Indeed, I got somewhere with the Phi programming language. Time to work on the endless runner. How you doing, Alessandro in Naples? Da 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 da. How you doing? Right. So. Got to get the lighting right on this camera. Oh no. That old chestnut. So what I'm going to have to do because I've got two of these Logitech cameras that make it difficult to configure the lighting for both. So what I'm going to have to do is start with this one and disable it. So it might take a little bit to set up here. Disable one of those cameras, then I unplug the camera, and now I should be able to configure this camera. Oh good, I'm glad you managed to, you had a nice day with your parents, with family. It's always good. So that is pretty illegible, isn't it? But we will fix it. Configure video. That's better already. Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty readable. I could live with that. Color intensity. You can't really see the colour of it. It's a lovely sort of reddish, well not red, it's a very nice red. It's the classic LED red colour. It's lovely. You can't really see that too well here. I wonder though if there could be, I could put if it had one of those little red filters on there. I've got one from a calculator. I suppose I could. Let's try that out at some point. But I'll just put a little bit of colour in. There we go. Cool. And then with the autofocus off, and there we go. So I'm hoping we can keep that there, because that's it on this Acorn System 1. That's the display. And I've got two cameras pointing at the System 1. I'm going to try to turn on the other camera now. Hopefully I can get that to work. Where are you? Other video capture device. It's this one. Activate. Oh, that's pretty good. So you can see me. You can see the Acorn System 1. And you can see the Acorn System 1 display. And you can see Alessandro over there in Naples. And you can see the spreadsheet I've got on Google Sheets, which is the program I'm working on. And so we're all good with that. And then I guess the next thing is, to save me having to type that all in, we need the recorded audio from the cassette port. Oh shoot, I knew there was something I'm missing. I haven't configured the cassette, unplugged the cassette port in, have I? So I just need to find... makeshift cable, audio USB thing. It's got a broken stereo out. One of the channels on the stereo out is dead on that. Doesn't matter, it should work fine, because so I had to of course make my own cable. It's a bit messy one, but this goes to this end. See there, which plugs in here. Like so, and then this can go into the USB hub over here. So hopefully we'll get this to work. Right. So I need to open up Audacity. I can put Audacity here for the minute. Now let's have a look at recent files. Infinite Runner 2, the saved program. Saved in the form of frequency shift keyed audio. Now I've got more than one here, haven't I? Okay, so it's the bottom one there, was the last one I recorded. Now before I do the next bit, I've got to check to make sure that Audacity is talking to the right things, the right audio channels, otherwise I will deafen everybody. Well, at least Alessandro. I'll deafen Alessandro. So everybody. It's speakers for USB set, and this one is the same thing here. So hopefully this will be fine. System 1 audio connected, yes. Okay, so what I now then need to do is I can hit load on here when I'm playing. Let's rewind. There we go. So I'm going to hit play on Audacity, and then once it starts playing I'm going to hit L on here to initiate the load, and hopefully we'll be able to load my program. You can see in there it's loading. You can't quite see the digits shifted. There we are. It displays that while it's loading. You're looking at all the bytes loading at the amazing speed of 300 bytes per second. It is finished. I can stop it playing. So this used to have to do this with cassette tape. I'm not going quite that hardcore here. I think that's pretty much good enough, isn't it? Okay, cool. And then I can run my program go, I'm trying to remember what the address was. Was it 0200? Where did I leave the entry point? I think I changed it to 0300, didn't I? It looks like the start address is right here, 0200. So let's type go to 0200 and just hit again, and it crashed. That's not good. That's not where I left it, is it? So now we have some fun. I have to debug this. It's definitely, the screen just goes black, so it's probably crashed. So the first thing we have to do is check our memory. We need a memory check. And so I can see at address 0200 I have 20, which is that. So we should be good on there. 20D002 EA A200 B5119510 E8 E07 D0 F7 A9008517 E6 20D0 2E621 A520. It looks correct. It looks correct, doesn't it? Oh. No. The way I set it up is there's a subroutine here that's called, which is initialize. Let's check that function, 0280. A9FF851760. That's there. What does that do? A9FF8517. One seven. Oh yeah, it's setting up the display digit. Well, where's the A91F850E? There's normally one of those. This is really annoying because when I'd left it, it was fine. Oh, wait a minute. I was looking at the wrong one. This is the initialize. A91F850E, A9008525. Store the value 1F at OE, which configures the operating system of the system 1 to not wait for key presses. A9008525 is store the value of 0 at address 25 and then return. We could try the programs have a life of their own. Everything works, compiled, the customers use, but after some time the code does not seem to work anymore. Yeah, it's funny. I call it code rot, and it can be caused by many things. Different pattern of usage by the user. That could be a cause, or it could be as data builds up, the pattern of the code changes and stuff. Oh, look at that! When these cameras go, so annoying. These cameras keep freezing. This is Great advertising for Logitech, by the way. Configure deactivate, activate. I think we got them back now. So yeah. Oh, by the way, in other news, I've got 2 Hewlett Packard 9825s that I bought like 5 years ago, because I have in mind, I have this project which is to own every computer that I've ever programmed, and the 9825 is the first computer I programmed. I never realized how amazing machine the Hewlett Packard 9825 actually is, and I got to program it because my father had it in his lab, and he let me, you know, visit his lab and use this computer. And it's a computer with a processor that was built in 1973. It's a 16-bit processor. That's just like, for that period, it's amazing. So in my efforts to own one, I found a couple on eBay. But there's a guy called Curious Mark on YouTube, and I'll just find him. Curious Mark. Here we go. And a tragedy. This is Curious Mark's Hewlett Packard 9825. 16-bit in 1973 was a monster. Here it is. This is the Hewlett Packard 9825 in pieces, because the power supply blew its regulating transistor and then proceeded to allow the full, like 17 volts or whatever it is, onto the 5-volt rail. And it is a lovely machine. It really, I mean, it's amazing, especially when you think of the time frame of it. I have not dared turn on my 9825s because I'm scared. I bought them and they said that they worked, but I have not dared. I have not dared turn them on, because I was afraid of something like this. Unfortunately, his one blew up, and he's in the process of trying to repair it. But it's quite interesting because he's got 2 at the moment, 2 videos on it. And the question is, the rare 16-bit processor fried? I mean, you know.
To rub it in really.
And he's talking about crowbar circuits. And so before I power up mine now, I'm going to have to install one of these. But there's a community of people looking after these 9825s, or computers and so on. That's a crowbar circuit, and so I'm going to have to build one of these. Ooh, look at those capacitors. Those are monsters. 6,000. Hey, Salad Gaming, how you doing? Those are monsters. 6,000 microfarad at the 30 volts. Jeez. So he blew up his computer, and there's that lovely thing. It's just so beautiful. I look at that and it makes me go all funny, because that's the first computer with exactly that keyboard. The first computer I ever wrote a program for. And actually there was a later model that had a more modern looking keyboard. And the first one of these that I could get my hands on had the more modern keyboard. Then there was one with the old keyboard, and I just couldn't resist, so I got that as well. Like I said, though, I haven't dared turn them on. So he's all over the place now, and he's got this logic analyzer, and it's the stuff. This is stuff that I could not. It's very tricky, because the microprocessor, which is underneath this, that That's a custom microprocessor from Hewlett Packard. Good night, Alessandro. Thanks for tuning in. That this this custom microprocessor, they were so ahead of the game, but they never actually let anybody else use them. So that's why we didn't get 16-bit sort of more commonly sooner. Because as you know, if you just joined, this computer is 1973 with a custom built Hewlett Packard custom built microprocessor, 16-bit microprocessor from 1973, and this is what it looks like. The processor is here. That's beautiful. Yeah, that's a heatsink. And under the heatsink, this is the microprocessor. Look at that. And so you can have a look inside the microprocessor. There. So this is obviously, this was a damaged one. Just looking at a damaged one of these is just painful enough, isn't it? Because these are so rare, and I guess I own two of them. It's somewhere in my two computers, and you can see it's this substrate that it's on. It's actually got multiple chips, and you can just about see all the wires that link them up. I don't know, I can't zoom in, but little wires that go off from there onto the substrate with this lovely gold pattern thing. This doesn't look like the technology of 1973. I'm looking at that and going, no way. It's incredible. So he's hoping he didn't blow that up. The signs are looking good. So if you're interested, go check out his channel as he's trying to figure out. And the thing is, there isn't a lot of information about maintenance of these computers. So I thought I'd just relate that story. But meanwhile, over here, I've got the problem that my program doesn't work. It worked when I left the stream last time. I haven't worked on this since, and then I've just loaded the program in and I type go and I've got nothing. So I'm having to figure out this. Now I suppose I could use breakpoints, but I don't really remember how the breakpoints work too well. It's to do with P and R. Let's try. So if I go to memory location 0200 and I hit P, hang on, P 0200. What it's done is it's replaced the 0200 with 00, so that when I then hit go, it's still what is wrong? Okay, I'm going to check. Let's put the program back because that's modified it. Now what I'm going to do is I need to get the manual out, don't I? So Acorn System 1 manual, and I have to find the right bit. I had to manually copy and paste each one of these pages, as the only available on the internet scan of this is one that's just a scan of the pages as they were printed in the booklet, and so they're all out of order. So I managed to, that took ages. It's like I've got to find the hang on, here we go. User manual. Right, here we go. The breakpoint and restored command. With these keys, you're expected to debug your programs, and I kind of could do with that right now because all I know is it doesn't work. The P key allows you to insert the break instruction. Okay, if I do it again, it reverses the operation. So if I go in here to say P 0200 and hit P again, okay, so what I do is I'm on there and I go and hit P. Right, so that's 20 and I do that, and now I've got 0 in there, so I have a break in there and I can still move around. This is where the 0 is. Oh. Okay. I never really used this much when I was originally programming this 40 years ago. D0, O2, EA, EA. Okay, so put that back. So that has put a breakpoint at O. At 0200. The program counter requires resetting after a bake. Alright, so all it does is it causes it to crash. So I need to understand how this execution of this break will cause an IRQ and control is transferred to an address in location. Program requires resetting after a break. The amount by which it is done O2 should be stored in location 001B. I need to set up. I need to configure that facility. So what I need to do is go to memory location 001E. It says OA right now. Right, B3. I think it's not configured by default because every byte in the operating system was kind of important. And then FF. B3FF. And then 001B should have the address 02 in it. Well, let's see if that works. So if I go here and I put the breakpoint in and then I go to address 0200, oh look, some stuff has appeared. That's the 11 is the accumulator, 02 is in the X register, the Y register is 00, and the P, I guess P is the flag, are the flags, the processor status flags. That is 77, and then if I press a key I get a different thing. The program counter is 0200 and the stack pointer is 01FC. That's pretty nifty. So how do I continue the program? You may now continue to write or correct the program using the monitor as usual, but avoid pressing the reset key. Pressing the R key will return you to 0200 to try continuing the program. So in other words, there's a very rudimentary very rudimentary breakpoints for debugging. So all right, if I press R, I run again. Oh, it's still in that mode. Oh. It has an extra digit in there, which I think is a bug. Okay. So 0200, okay. So I guess what I have to do is go to 0200, put the address, do that. By doing that I have turned off that breakpoint, which is put back the code that was there, and then I can just scan through this and continue. So this is useful. This could be a bit quicker than modifying the code. So we'll try this. So what I want to see is how far it got. So I should be able to get to, say, this address 0204. So we go to 0204 and I press P twice, and I set the thing to 0, and I run. And now it's hit the breakpoint. I can see what's in the address registers. I've got 0 in the address register, and that would have been from 02D0. The last thing that was loaded into the accumulator was a 0, so that's all making sense. And the address is now 0204, so that's fine. So I expect that this thing should be able, he should do a scroll and then arrive at address 0212. So if I hit P, and I can 0212, I'm up to there on that A9, set the breakpoint and continue running. It arrived at that address, which is now 0212, and it didn't crash. So now I know, yeah, that's cool. So now I've got to here. It's going to clear the right hand digit, increment the frame counter. Then there's this thing, 1 in 16 times it does something here. So what I'm going to do is get up to that address, which is 021E. Set my breakpoint, continue running. It hit the breakpoint, and we can say 021E. Oh, why did it do that? I'm not sure why it jumped back to that. It's still 021E, so that's fine. Now, display player. And it's here at the end of the loop. So let's go to 0228. Set a breakpoint, run. It hit that address without a problem. 0228. So I've got to here. Display the player, hex source, and then it will jump to the display function. So that's 022E. Let's get to that. Okay, 022E. Set the breakpoint, run. It hit that breakpoint without a problem. Let's go to 0231. Okay, and it successfully executed the display function subroutine. It's seems to have gone this far without crashing. 0231 was EA, then an EA, then A522. Let's load the accumulator of the address at 224511 is exclusive, or exclusive, or the accumulator with 0 page address 1111, and store the result in 11. So what this is doing is clearing the player drawn on the display while that's scrolling. Load address 24, which is probably I believe 24 is probably, what is 24? think did I write it down in here? There we go. 24 is the input. Oh, jump input. So he checks for the input, compares it with C9 is compare. I kind of remember that. Let me just check on here. C9 is compare immediate. So compare it with 0, which is a little bit redundant actually, but whatever. Branch if not equals 0 around the jump. So this is basically, this function is called when a button is pressed in order for doing jumping. Let's put a breakpoint 0242. And it got there. So that's weird. It got as far as here, no problems. And then it's going to compare what I got back from this function with 3. Okay, this EAEAA is when I'm going to jump fire. It's probably input fire, as I was going to have a jump and a... Alright, well anyway, it's EAEA, whatever I was meaning to do with that. And then we have this player behavior at it calls a function subroutine at 0300, which is the player behavior function. I had a little state machine for my player. I'm going to have to review. Yes, this is it. So I have a little sort of, yeah, I have a table of functions pointers in effect, and it picks one according to the current state. So that would be probably where this is going wrong. We'll verify that. Where's my camera? Just died again. What joy. I think this camera has a bad cable. Back. So it's gonna, I'm gonna put a breakpoint 024C. O24C, breakpoint there. Yeah, and it hit that. And then it's going to do a force C, which is jump to absolute address 0402. So 0402 would jump all the way back to here. Yeah. So that's weird. It got through the whole main loop without actually crashing. Oh, weird. So I'm going to have to try a different approach. I mean, basically, what do you do when you? I mean, this is the nightmare. Well, scenario. You know, the classic scenario that you run the program and what you get is a blank screen, and then it's like, well, why do I get a blank screen? And you've got nothing to go on, right? So what do you do? It's getting a bit cold in here. What do you do? What do you do when you've got nothing to go on? Well, you need to get back to a state of some possible reality, some understandable reality. And that camera's hiding over there. An understandable reality. Oh, I forgot. Latest person. Is, oh, wait a minute, do we not have you? Oh, maybe you didn't come on here yesterday, but there's Mr. Unwandering, but Salad Gaming, we need to add one. Sort of approximately there. Salad. It's the latest person on the stream. So what we're going to do is we have to. A blank screen is really annoying because it's nothing to go on. So what you want to do is find a way of having something to go on, and the easiest way to do that is to start putting, well, what? Yeah, I maybe get the main loop running without any without clearing anything. Did I have a clear? Oh, it doesn't bother to clear the display because it will just scroll it off. So if I bypass the scrolling routine, then at least I should get something remaining on the screen. It's possible that it just doesn't crash. It looks like a crash, but it isn't a crash. Could be that it's just a blank screen. Ah. The display function here, it calls my subroutine at 0380. What? Well, that's interesting. It calls 0380, but I don't have anything in here at 0380. So it must be just that I wrote something and didn't write it down. 0380. There's an RTS there. Why is that 60 is RTS, return from subroutine? So what's happening is I must have been doing some debugging, or that somehow there's something got modified by accident. Must have been just before I saved it, and seems to be a return has been placed on address 0380. The address 0380 is not, I didn't type it in on the sheet. But then looking at the next instruction after that, there's a 10 85. That should have been an A9. I think that'll be A9, which is load the accumulator with address 10. Or address value 10. 8524. So 24 being the input. I'm not sure what that was meant to be. I need to. What I'm going to do is just write out what's in there that for some mysterious reason I didn't put in the spreadsheet. And I don't know that that was meant. My intention was that to be an A9. This has to be a question mark. Looks like a 60 was written on there in order to sort of bypass that function, which incidentally I think it does call the function that the subroutine in the operating system that displays. So this would explain why the display goes blank, because it's not calling the display function, but it wasn't crashing either. So let me just write out what's there. So that's 8524, which 85 store in 0 page address 24. A208 is load the X register immediate with value 08. Then 20, which is jump to subroutine OCFE, OCFE, which is the function, the subroutine that does the display. So what I've done is stored something at location 24. And I need to verify what that was supposed to be. Then I load 8 into the X register, and then it calls the display routine, which uses the X register to say how long to display for, and this affects the speed of the game. C910 is compare the C9 compare the accumulator with value 10. So what I'm doing is checking what the accumulator contains after I call the update, screen update, and it returns the state, you know, whether or not a key was pressed. Then we have opcode 3004. Now I don't remember what 30 is, so let me go and check. 30 is branch if minus. So it's going to branch around some instructions, it looks like, if minus, so I subtract 10 away from, so basically if any button, if the code that comes back is less than 10 in hex, then it's minus and it branches around. And it branches 4 bytes, so it actually will jump to there. What it jumps around is a CA D0, can't remember what CA is, CA Oh, that's clear. CA is clear carry, isn't it? C. Oh no, CA. CA is decrement X. Ah, right. Yeah, this function here for the displaying doesn't read in the X register, but it preserves the X register. So basically, I'm calling this multiple times. And I remember that I had this bug that I was trying to deal with, which was it was calling it multiple times. But it could be that on any individual one of the multiple calls, of the 8 calls, momentarily the button was pressed. But if it was only checking the last of the 8, then it could miss it. So I had an unreliable button press check. So this is decrement X, and then we have D0 F6. So D0 branch shift plus, F6 is the offset, which from here is 0 0, and then you go FF, FE, FD, FC, FB, FA, F9, F8, F7, F6. So that's correct. It jumps back to here, and there does the jump. So this is, you know, JSR jump to subroutine display. And this is decrement X, and this is branch if plus to the display. So it basically calls it a certain number of times. And then there's a return function of 60. Yeah, it looks like maybe I didn't save it. It's possible I forgot to save the final version that I had, and then I saved it when I was debugging. Haha. That's what I think is looking like. Yes, that looks like I might have screwed up there, and I'm having to redo some work that I did before. That would also explain why this wasn't in the sheet here. Okay. So there's a bug in this code, which is you jump forward 4, and if I jump 1, 2, 3, 4, I end up outside of this RTS. Although maybe that was actually the point. Let's see, because who says that it's finished there? In fact, actually, then we have an 8.5, so there's more code coming. 8.5, 2.4. Okay. Right, what I got back in a location 2.4, I'm pretty confident now that's 8.9. So this is LDA, load the accumulator with 10. Actually, let's use load the accumulator immediate 10. Oh, load the accumulator immediate 10, thank you. And then we store the accumulator in address 0 page 24. We load the X register immediate 8. We jump to the subroutine. We compare the accumulator. Compare the accumulator with the immediate value 10. We do branch if minus to 0, 3, 9, 1. Otherwise we decrement X, and then we branch if plus back to the display, which is up here, or otherwise we return. So basically what this is doing is it initializes 2.4, address 2.4, which in the end will indicate whether or not a button was pressed. Initializes it to 10. Why it picked the value, I picked the value 10, I'm not sure, but there was probably a reason. I'll find out. And then after every time it calls the display, I'm checking to see if the value of this is bigger than 10. And if it isn't, I just keep going around calling this 8 times. And then I return. But should, you know, while it's executing this 8 times, should there ever be a time where this becomes negative? And that would be when the value that I got back from the display is less than 10 in hex. Then it jumps here, and then it stores that value in address 2.4. I see what I'm doing. And then it does 20 OCFE again. That I'm not so sure about. Why am I suddenly doing another jump subroutine? I mean, basically, I want it to D0. Yeah, that makes sense. 20 OC after the 8524, I do 20 OCFE, 20 0CFE, and what is 0CFE? This is JSR display again. So basically, the moment that I have detected a button press, I stop checking for buttons and just finish the execution of, you know, the 8 times, whatever many times is left. CA is decrement X again. D0 FA is branch if plus FA. So this is FF, FE, FD, FC, FB, FA. So back to the JSR display, right? And then once it's finished doing that, then it returns. So actually this all makes sense. I've got it in there now. I must have just coded it in my head. So I suspect we should be good now that I've done this. Let's see. Oh no, it still doesn't work. That's annoying. Oh, I still have the RTS in there for some reason. That's A9. Okay. Right. I put everything in, and hopefully now it will work. Ah, flipping heck. So that debugging exercise was caused by a stray 60, also known as RTS, at this address. Cool. So what have we got? We can see a bunch of dots that are moving across. That is representing the movement of the ground for my endless runner on a calculator display. My plan is to use those dots as the decorative thing that shows you the movement of the world. I haven't got much to play with a calculator display. And right now it's just using that pattern that you see. Meanwhile, the PQ, it's the best I can do to represent something that perhaps looks like something that's running, right? It might be better. I might change the graphic later because, but we get the idea for now. And that is done where? Here. This is the player running state. Running state. This is the running code. And so what the running code is doing is loading the X register with the value 73. So what's 73? Seems like a magic number. It is, it's the graphic. I think it'll be right. 73. Look, yeah, it looks like that. So I'll put that there. This code here is load X with 73. 73 is running player left leg graphic. That's 7.3 is what that is. Loaded in the X register. Hey! Oh, thanks. Someone said something. I was beginning to. Hal, play Zag theme. Hal? Oh, Hal is. Hal, come back. Wake up. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. How about we change you to the right profile, Hal? That's definitely not Hal's fault. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hal, play Zag theme. I'm good, Zag. I'm good. Zag all the way from Texas. This is the frame counter. Oh, why do I do this? Because I've been working in other software where you would use. Yeah. hit escape. So I load the frame counter. Into Z. So that Z now has the value that was in the frame counter. Value of the frame counter. And then I do 29, which is, can't remember that opcode. After a little bit, you remember all the opcodes, but I don't yet. 29. What were you? 29. 29. Ah, PLP. That's interesting. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Yes, I'm just looking at the wrong one. That was 28. 29 is and immediate. Thank you. So what I do is I am taking the frame counter and I'm anding bit 2. So this means that it's going to do 4 frames on one leg and 4 frames on the other. I presume. It seems like it's going faster than that though, doesn't it? It does seem to be. Because basically what it's doing is it's checking the state of bit 2, and that if bit 2 is set or cleared, determines which pattern to have, and it's just oscillating between the two sprites. I would like to run this slower. To run it slower, I need to look at that 0384 address. That 08 is how many frames, how many times it displays, updates the screen before it moves on to the next gameplay state, whatever. Let's try putting in here 40, much bigger number. It should be really slow. No, that makes sense. I mean, if I did it with just the least significant bit, it would be changing on every step, because that would be going on and off, be on, off, on, off. But this is bit 2, bit 1. Sorry, the second bit, bit 1, numbered from 0. So this is every other one. So it'd be like 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, right? Okay, it's the second bit. So that is actually correct and is making sense. I'll put the thing back to 8. Cool. So that update, basically the behavior of this player where are we? There. This is the state 0 which is running, and so this is and immediate 02, branch if plus, skip the load X. This is load X running player right leg graphic. And this store it in 0 page player graphic. You get the idea? So that's fine. And then what I was about to, finally, I'm back to where I was last time. Let me just remove this, it's annoying me in the way. Is that I want to implement jumping. And so I had in mind, what was I going to do for jumping? I want to do a 2-frame jumping animation, and I'd worked out this was 63 and 23. So the intention now is to, when I press a button, to be decided which, it will create the impression of this guy jumping. So I'm going to put in 3 input controls, I think. One of them is the jump. We'll have the crouch as well. We can definitely do a crouch. So we can crouch, we can jump, and we can shoot. And then the game is going to work so that, you know, say the dots show you the movement of the ground. But what you'll have coming at you is other shapes. And you have to dodge them or shoot them. When you shoot, I'll have the shot go away from you, so you're shooting to the right. So it should actually be possible to make this quite a intricate little game, and hopefully I'll be able to demonstrate that it's able, you can make it fun. I mean, even with no graphics, you can still make it fun. And of course, I'll be just making it fun for me, because hey Alessandro, you're back. Cool. Please, the game over screen must show cartellino Gailo. Yeah. Cartellino Gailo. What about calcio d'angolo and campetto fungoso? How about those as well? Do you remember those ones? Yeah, for those of you who are not Italian and are not familiar with my games, I created inadvertently a meme in Italy, which is Cartellino Gailo. And even now, when people say Cartellino Gailo, they've heard it, but they don't know necessarily where it comes from anymore. It comes from Kickoff, because it should be giallo, and I swapped the A and the I over when I was writing, because I did some of the Italian translation or Italian words in there, and it was a typo. They're still popular, and you see, I should be able to make use of that, shouldn't I? I mean, here it's like, oh, make use of that. Yeah, I gave up. It's like, whatever. I did have this idea, as I do sometimes. You know, now I'm getting into a little bit some other sort of, you know, the idea was just some Italian, a film about an Italian who's trying to find the Cartellino Gailo. Or, it's like a child. You can imagine, Papa, ma cos'è questo cartellino Gaillo? Cos'è? Hey Dad, what's this cartellino Gaillo? Right. But anyway, so I was saying, so there were a few of these. So one of them was the cartellino Gaillo, which means it's the little yellow card. Giallo is yellow. Cartellino is card, small card. So cartellino giallo is yellow card. Cartellino rosso would be red card. Cartellino Gaillo is me and my typo. And Gaillo doesn't mean anything. It's just like a nonsense word. The calcio d'angolo is a corner kick. Calcio, kick, and d'angolo is of the corner. The apostrophe angolo. But it's very important in Italian that you pay attention to the double consonants. I was telling someone about this the other day. So you might, if somebody says to you, io c'ho bisogno di un cavolo. What you might have been meaning to say, when you say cavolo, what you might have been meaning to say was cavallo. So, c'ho bisogno d'un cavallo. It's very important. When written Italian, the cavallo is double L, and cavolo is only one L. And to non-Italian speakers, the difference can escape people, but it's a completely different word. Completely different. Cavallo is horse. I need a horse. C'ho bisogno d'un cavallo. What you don't want to say when you're trying to communicate in that way, if you ever find yourself in Italy and in need of a horse, don't say c'ho bisogno d'un cavolo, because you will get a cabbage, which is probably not what you wanted. Cavolo is a cabbage, and cavallo is a horse. So it's like, so calcio d'angolo is d'angolo. It must have double L. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alessandro. By the way, Alessandro has a double S in the name, Alessandro. If you remove the S, it becomes, I don't know how you'd pronounce it. How would you pronounce it if it was without if it was just one S? I can't even say it. There's probably a whirl away. But anyway, calcio d'angolo doesn't actually mean anything, and I think that would be a double G, wouldn't it? So it's like the typo there was ANGGOLO is angolo, and ANGOLLO is angolo, I think. Oh my God! Who's this? It's Tropical is back. I haven't seen you in a long time. Tengo 20 años. Tengo 20 años. Yeah. Yes, right. Okay. There is a lot of things like that. Yes. These things. So you've got to be very careful. So it's actually quite fortunate that these typos didn't create more of a problem. But my favourite has to be the muddy pitch. The muddy pitch, which is campo, which is the campo, field. Campo. Campo. This is not the same one. This is a different one. There's a big difference between the word fungoso and the word fangoso. Fangoso means muddy. And unfortunately, I had a typo in there where instead of an A, I put a U. And so we got campo fungoso, which means mushroomy. so So the Italian version of the game shipped with a mushroomy pitch. It's very important to understand that. A mushroomy pitch. It's a pity I never got to put different pitches in Kickoff Revival, that we had to can the project in effect. It's a great shame because I had plans to bring back the mushroomy pitch. It would have been hilarious. It would have. We would have had such fun. But oh well. It's a more strong. Yeah. So it's, instead of Alessandro, it'd be Alessandro. Something like that, as opposed to Alessandro. But the point is that for Italians, there's a huge difference. You know, tavallo, table. No, tavallo, tavolo. Tavolo is a table. If you go saying tavallo, people look at you strange and not understand that you meant table. Mushroomy. Exactly, mushroomy field. So for all those people who helped ensure that Kickoff Revival didn't go any further, you deprived the world of the reincarnation of the mushroomy pitch. And I hope you feel terrible about it, frankly, because what a thing to deprive the world of. Seriously. And my camera's gone again. This camera keeps going, and then you wonder, why is there this picture? I suppose it serves its purpose, doesn't it? You can still see that. Deactivate, activate. Oh God. Why does it keep doing that? I have no idea. There we go. Mushroomy field, you know. Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to mushroomy field. Nothing is real, and nothing to get hung about. Mushroomy field forever. Yeah, there we go. But we have Tropical Banana Man, which is great, because then we get to hear your tune, because we haven't heard your tune for a long time. So I'm just going to get that out. Tropical was a regular for a long time, enough that Tropical has his own theme. So big moment here, because I really liked your theme, but I haven't listened to it for a long time, so this could be interesting. I'm just trying to find stuff. I've got too much flipping stuff. Howl, voice attack, here we go. Oh, there we go. It's here. So let's just do this properly. If I copy that, maybe I'll just do it in here. And I can't remember where you are. You're somewhere in America, aren't you? Because I need to add you to the map as well. It's like, yes, this is what I was going to do. Let's go in here, and we're going to add a thing. There we go. Add a new command. How play tropical theme, and then we go and other windows, sounds, play a sound, off, Radeon tube, howl, voice attack, tropical. Okay, done. Howl, play tropical theme. we go. I need to set up a thing for muting the microphone better. And anyway, there's always something to do. Yeah, that's good. I haven't listened to it that since the old Twitch times. And that one, I was getting more sophisticated with these themes. That particular one features the recorder, the same one that's used in Zag's theme, but it also has in it a harp, and it's actually a real harp. I've got a harp here. I'm not really a harp player, but that's kind of cool. I need to do more with the harp, but I'm going to stop harping on about the harp. Hey Paolo, how you doing? What am I streaming about? I am programming. I'm programming this right now. I stream many different things, but the one I'm streaming at the moment is this that I just knocked the. There we go. This device is an Acorn System 1. It's an 8-bit computer. It's the first computer I ever owned, this model. It doesn't have even a video display. All it has is a calculator. So what you've got there is this camera here, which is looking at this display. And I'm making an endless runner on this 1 megahertz 6502 with 1K of RAM. And I'm writing it in machine code. so that's something that I wanted to do this for a while, because it's the first computer I ever owned, and I just wanted to relive the experience, also relive what I learned and understand my roots, because this is where I cut my teeth on programming, was on this little thing 40 years ago. So anyway, Paolo, where are you based, if I may ask? Because we now have a map, and the map is currently populated with people that have been here for on the stream for the last sort of 2 or 3 streams, and we need to tropicals here, and in Norway. I don't remember which. I'm going to. Well, you can correct the position. I take a guess. I'm just going to go with Oslo, which is the obvious one. Why did that disappear? Oh, that's them. Okay, let's put this one in Oslo. And you can adjust. Just let me know, and then I can update it. So this one is tropical banana. And then we've got there we are. And Sandefjord. Where is that? I suppose I can actually ask it. Sandefjord. So what is a cultural dung? What was that you said? Culture Anagalo. What's that? Is that a word? I need to know. Is Anagalo? Does that mean anything? So it wasn't Angolo. It was Anagalo. Anagalo. Actually, not Anagalo. Anagalo would be double G. So it's Anagalo. Culture Danagalo. It's sort of like. Would that be an angle? A corner that but sort of sort of analogous to a corner. It's like a kick of analogy. Would it be that? A kick of, I don't know, whatever. Right. So let's see where ooh, you're nowhere near Oslo. Oh, actually, you're not too far away from Oslo. I do like Norway. I have been to Norway. I used to do work with a school. I did some contracting with them for a few years, actually, to help them in their game course, and they were in I can't pronounce it, but Stenkia, sort of here. And I do like the Norwegian people. They are compatible with my temperament. So and now power law. Used to be spelled misspelled. Okay. I live in Milan. I'm originally from Sardinia, but it's where you live, where you are right now. We have from Milan. We have a few people from time to time from Milan, and that one is Paolo. Right. So, this is for the last few nights. Different people who've said hello on the stream. If I could change the colour, I could indicate who is there tonight. Have we seen... All right, yeah, I don't think we've seen Garcia yet. So let's just see if we can do this. If I go with that, can I change the colour? I can go there. Oh, look, so we can colour who's actually on stream. Maybe I'll make it green. Ting. Oh, wow. How are you doing? KO2 Fanatic. Is that Danny? No, that's absolutely fine. Just bear in mind, it's because I never look at how many people on. I have no idea how many people are on the stream, other than that I can see that some people are talking. I sometimes see it, and I usually regret it when I see the. But yeah, I don't check who's on either, so I wouldn't know. You know, but it's I think that's Danny, isn't it? So there's KO2 fan, which is different from KO2 Fanatic. KO2 fan is David. Oh, you are you are. Ah, okay. So now I was getting confused then. How you doing? Don't you normally call yourself KO2 fan, or am I getting confused there? Clearly getting confused. And so you are based in, are you in Bristol area? I think so. I'll correct it if how you doing anyway? So okay, and who else have we got in here that we need to? We've got. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So we can go and have a nice green one. Oh, we should catch up sometime. And so there we go. And then I think also Paolo here in Milan is also here at the moment, or recently today in this stream. Have I got everybody? I kind of losing track here. And then we've got tropical, already done tropical. And Alessandro in Naples. Oh. Yeah. That's pretty good. If I've missed someone else. Paolo. Yeah. Cool. All right. So that's what's going. That's what's going on. I feel like I've missed something. There was something else I was supposed to do. I don't know. All right. So here is the code that I'm writing for this endless runner, which currently is the world is running left to right, and the world is going right to left. And I was talking about jumping. So what I want to do is have the a kind of an animation, and it's going to be a 2-stage animation. I need some kind of timing for the animation though, so there's a jump timer. What I could do, damn, oh, will you, thank you, if I got coroutine address. Oh, I was implementing coroutines in 6502 machine code. I need to recap on how I was doing that. Oh, here. Right, so on the previous stream I had actually got to, I remember now the point. I wanted to implement jumping, but then I was getting annoyed about having to create state variables. This is the same topic that came up. Yes, I talked about this yesterday actually, about the whole thing about creating virtual machines. Hey Alessandro, take care. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, you're in Cheddar now. Cheddar's a nice place. Oh, where did you go? I thought I... Ah, that's what I forgot. All right. Let's put you in Cheddar. Swindon. I can't remember where Cheddar is. It's nearby, but I can't see it. Cheddar. It's not finding Cheddar. That's incredible. Where? Come on, it wasn't. It was. It's not. It's pretty close, isn't it? South of Bristol. Thank you. That now helps me narrow it down. I just don't. I mean, I used to live in Bristol. I can't remember how far south. Oh, here's the Chew Valley. It's sort of this area, isn't it? How weird. Yeah, and there's Glastonbury. I've also lived there. You'll have to help me out here. Chumanga. It's near Chumanga. Why can't I see it? That's weird. Bath. Yeah, look, Compton Martin, Upper Milton, little south of Chumanga. Why? What happened to Cheddar? It's not on the map. Isn't that weird? This bit further west. Okay. Up a bit, down a bit, left a bit. Farrington Gurney, Chewton Mendip. Lovely names. There's Shepton Mallet. I'm doing terribly here. It's quite a confusion of places though. Alright, so what I'll have to do is I'm gonna Cheddar. Oh, I was going east instead of west. I'm terrible. I'm so bad. I'm so bad at navigation, aren't I? That's you said. I went the opposite way to the way that you said. Where is the map? Yeah, it's actually there. It is. I couldn't see it. Saved my life, and there it is now. Cheddar, Cheddar, Cheddar. Yes, the town that Cheddar comes from. Cool. All right. Well, we got that sorted out, which is highly important. Meanwhile, back at the old ranch, this here 0300, this is me working on coroutine experiments. Because there's this push A. No, that's not coroutine. That's a jump table. So where did I do the experiment on coroutine? Ah, here. Sorry, here's the experiment on coroutine. Then do. I've got two functions here. I think I implemented coroutines in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14 bytes. That is a bit of a simplification, but you know, there aren't a lot of bytes to play with. I mean, there's only got 1K of memory. That's 1,000 bytes. Transfer the status flag to the X register. BD. Load a absolute address plus X. Transfer the stack to X, not the status register. Get the address least significant byte. Store it, because I've got the constraint that it needs to be in the same 256 byte block. So this subroutine at 340, what it does is it transfers the stack pointer to the X register, then loads the accumulator. There's the instruction BD, loads the accumulator with absolute address of the stack page, which of 256 bytes, which is 01, which is why it's 01, plus 1, so that's why it's 0101, and it stores that at address 26. And then returns. So whatever calls this is it's going to save the return address for implementing the coroutine is stored in byte 26. Then at 0347 there is another subroutine which is the one to do the jump to the last place stored in 26. So the first thing we do is we pull the accumulator off the stack, then we get the address, the continue address, the address that was saved in 26 is loaded into the X register. It's then incremented, I'm adding 1 to it, then transferred into the accumulator and then pushed back onto the stack. Right, that all makes sense. So what I'm going to try to do is to use the use these. I think I should put a label in here. So this is then do. I've kind of already had that there. This one here is the exec proc then. I call it proc then do. So there we are. Finally, I'm implementing procs in 8-bit 6502 assembler. This should be fun. This will be if I could get this to work, it will be a lot easier than the mess of variables that I need to sort of track. How many? Basically, tracking with the stage of the animations. I can just use this instead. Take care, Tropical. Thanks for popping by. Good to see you. All right. Now, before I do that, I want to make sure that the jump command is working. When I do a jump, I'm calling the routine at 0280, and this is going to store FF in 8517. So when I press a key, it should cause... that's not working, so we need to fix that first of all. Oh, right, maybe it is working. The problem is that it immediately gets scrolled off. So let's try, I'll try putting it in the middle. So that's 0283. I'd already changed it to 17. So So it was different. It's a one from 10 to 17. I'm going to put in 14. Yeah, that's not working. What this this routine that I put here is going to be the jump, the routine to do the jump, to trigger the jump. Problem is, well, for debugging purposes, it should just light up all the digits on all the segments on one of the digits on the scrolling display. That isn't happening. So I need to debug that. Let's just check on O2F3. O23F even. There we are, 28002. So that is called when I change this number to 10 to 0, but it should probably be, it'll always be plus, won't it? Yeah, it'll always be, so that actually needs to be like some other value, like 10, I think. I probably change that for debugging purposes. C9, so let's try C910 and we'll try that. Oh, so that is actually every frame, is triggering that every frame now. That's not ideal. Oh, but when I hit, look at that. Cool, right, we're getting somewhere. So I'm going to change this to 17, which is on O2. I have to actually manually do that though. O283, 14, change to 17, go. When it's lighting up all the digits, and then when I press a button, you can see that whenever I press the button, it actually is registering the button press. So what I need to do is change this around, because the polarity is wrong on that check. So this, instead of being branch if plus, it should be branch if minus BMI, which is 30 instead of D0. Let's put that in, 30. That's the wrong one, isn't it? Oh no, that's correct, 30. And this should be 10. 023B, C910, D0 becomes, what was it? 30, that's it. So hopefully now, oh, it's still, a little confused as to why it did that. That's a bit weird. C910, so I compare, that's here, C910, I compare that value that I get back, that's checking for key presses, I compare it with 10, and now I do a branch if minus. It didn't change anything. Something is wrong there in the polarity of it. Why did... Right now, that's weird. Right now, it's like as if it's all being pressed every frame. And when I press the button, it's when it blanks out, right? And that is because it's jumping every frame. But I can see in here this 30 being branch if minus, If I change it to D0, it's branch if... Oh, it's not branch if plus, it's branch... D0 is branch if not equal, not branch if plus. So actually I need branch if equal. I was taking the wrong one. So that's F0. My bad. F0. Okay, that's better. And so now we've got the world is moving past our running guy. And when I press a button... This gives you an idea of how scary it's going to be when big things come flying towards you. You're going to need to use the shooting, for example, when you have an obstacle like this coming at you. Because you won't be able to duck it, and you won't be able to jump. You have to shoot it. See, it's interesting, the psychology. There's a lot to be learned from this. One is that the frame rate is very low. But that doesn't necessarily it's not really a problem. And because, in fact, the distance between pixels, so to speak, is very large, you still get a sense of menace when a thing is coming at you. The other thing that's really interesting here is that perception of movement. There's something I tell students, well, when I was teaching, I would tell students a lot. And I don't know whether they really took me seriously when I was saying it, or they really appreciated it. I'd get these blank looks back. I would try and communicate to them the fact that everything is connected to everything. When you're making a game, you cannot disassociate different decisions you make in your design, because there's psychology at play. And there's a psychology at play here that's happening as I'm looking at it. I can only assume, because the indications are that I've got some kind of sense of how people perceive things. Otherwise, I've never been able to make a game that people like to play, if they could play it. People get fed up of always getting beaten by other people who could play the game when they couldn't. I think that's why I got hated a lot. But I digress. There's a psychological perception. The rate at which the ground is moving past the player, like this, seems quite leisurely. You just look at that display and it's like moving at a certain speed, right? But then as soon as I have a big thing like this come across, do you see that? It seems like it's sped up. This is quite noticeable for me. So okay, maybe maybe other people don't perceive it. We'll just try it again. Look at it. Blah 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 blah. Psychologically, it's faster. It's like an optical. It's like a kind of well, it's not even so much an optical illusion. It's a kind of perception illusion. Now, if you do, I'm doing it a few times now, and now I'm beginning to recalibrate it, and maybe it starts to go away. Why? Well, because I've started to not tense up when I see it. So basically, the point of this is that when it was appearing, first of all, I was looking at it. Of course, maybe that you need to put yourself in that frame of mind. Maybe you're looking at it and saying, no, it seems the same. But when it depends what it means to you. So when I was looking at that and suddenly it appeared and there was this big block now coming towards me, the player, I was looking at it with those eyes, and I could feel myself tense up at this. It's like tension. There's like the big thing is coming at the player. And so when there is that, when that happens, psychologically time changes. And so there's it's the end result of this, probably because of the excitement of seeing this thing, I don't know, it just seems a little bit faster. I don't know, do you see that? Yeah, it does. I see it, still see it. Fascinating. And so everything is connected. And that's why whenever you're making a game, The first things that you should really nail down are your scale. You need to figure out how big your environment is, how big your characters are within your environment, what their movement rates are going to be. But you need to figure out the camera, the field of view. So field of view in 3D, the field of view is probably one of the most important tunables that affects the impression of the game. I mean, there was one guy once at one studio that I worked at, and in this the story here was there was this desire to make the thing as fast as it could possibly be, the fastest thing ever, that there had never been anything so fast ever. This speedy thing needed to be fast. And the actual reality is that defining what fast means, what does it mean? It depends on your scale as much as anything. This is true with cars in general, right? You know, you go and you're driving a car, and it's like cars are designed to put the driver close to the road. Some cars, depends on the car, right? But racing cars, they like to put the driver as close to the road as possible. So I'm down. Why? Because the closer you are to the ground, the greater the sense of speed. But you're not moving at any greater speed. You're moving at the same speed, but you get a more of a sense of speed. So that's a way of creating the impression of greater speed without actually speeding anything up. You know, in fact, then that continues also with the environment. If you're moving quickly through an environment, but that environment is big, the perception is you're moving more slowly. If you are moving at the same speed, but in a tight environment, the impression is that you're going to be moving faster. Well, field of view is very interesting on this one, because if you are going at a certain speed and you use a camera which is like a telephoto camera, you know, it's like you could play, I mean, you can sort of place yourself behind a vehicle and then sort of use put it at a distance and use a telephoto lens, right? So when you do that, you are reducing the perspective on the vehicle. It becomes more it sort of moves it towards being orthogonal, you know. So yeah, or you can come right up behind the vehicle, and then the vehicle will become huge, right? So what you need to do then is you need to use a wider angle view. This has a tremendous effect on the impression of speed. If you really want to make something as fast as it could possibly ever be, these are the things you need to do. You need to ensure that whatever you're moving through is a tight environment, it's close to you, so that the things as they're moving past are moving past quickly. And you need to use a wide angle lens, you know, use a wide field of view, because what happens with a wide field of view, which is interesting, is that it creates a non-linear impression of speed. Because when things are over out in the distance and you use a wide angle lens, they don't appear to move very fast at all. In fact, at a distance it will appear to move faster if you use a telephoto lens. It's just the way it is, right? But what you lose in terms of impression of movement at a distance, you make up for at a close range. So what happens with a wide angle lens is things don't seem to move very much until you start to get a sense they're moving closer, and then as it gets really close, suddenly it goes shang. So if you want to actually create an impression of speed, you actually need to talk about something other than the measured speed of the vehicle. The measured speed of the vehicle is meaningless unless you are able to also define these other parameters, right? And so the point being here that if you tune a game before you have set your, defined your camera and defined the scale of your environment and defined the scale of the things that you put in your environment, and you tune your game, and later you have to change any of those things, you can throw all your tuning out. Bye-bye. It doesn't mean it. It's meaningless. So you have to, early on, as early as possible, nail down your camera and your scale. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble. Because everything is connected. All these things are interacting with each other and have consequences that are often psychological as well. But anyway, I'm just thinking now with this thing, I've got the button detection. There it is. And what I want to do is, instead of that debug thing that I put in, I need to make him jump. So, and hopefully I can do it with a coroutine. Right. Fastest ever. So, what we can do then is 0280 is where I do the jump and cut. Right. The jump is going to cause a change in state, as in which thing is currently being executed. The state is being handled over here. When I read the player state is in 25 player state. The way the player state works is that it's a number. I shift it left and I do the calculation. This is a number 0 or 1, state 0, state 1, jumping. When I get to state 1, at address 0320, I'm going to put a 60 in there. 0320, and we have put in here a 60, so that there's a return, that the thing doesn't crash when it calls 0320. Next, here we need to put 2003. 0320 is the second address in the table of states, and this is being moved. So this is jumping, and 0320, put this in the wrong place as well. So no, 60. So let's make sure that's in. So I did 0320, didn't I? 0320 is 60, but I also need to go back up to 02F0 and F03 and 2003. So that's hooked up, and now in the this at 0280 is where I'm going to load the accumulator with 01, which is the state the player needs to go to, and player state is 2525, so 8525, so that I store it, and then the 60, so that this is storing This is I don't know why that should be 01. This right, I didn't write it down here. Right, A9018525. Right, so this is store 1 in player state. Right. So when I press the jump button, it calls this routine, which sets the player state to 1, which will cause it to call the jumping behavior code, which is at address 0320, which is here, which is currently just a return. Now if I run this and try to jump, what I'm hoping for is that it doesn't crash. And it crashed. So there's something wrong. It's actually because it displayed that, it ran into a byte that had 00 in it, which is break. So that was showing the registers. Okay, let's debug this. The first thing is to ensure, if I just go and change this address at 0280 and change it to 60 so that it's now a return statement, and then I check to see if it crashes. No, it doesn't now. Right. So that means that the crash is caused by writing 01 into address 25. Next test. So what's the next thing I can do? I can do A901. I changed that 01 to 00. Why? Because the current state of the player is 0. So this should also not crash. Correct, doesn't. Okay, cool. So we are proved now that the bug, whatever it is going to be because indeed I changed the state of that variable to 1, then it crashes. Now what caused that to crash? O2 F0 and F1 2003. Okay, next thing I can try is that I'm going to write the same address that I have here, OF03, in over OF03 over this one. So when jumping, it is changing the state of the variable, but in the lookup table should be jumping to the same address, so it shouldn't do anything. O2 F0 0F03 0F03. So we go again, and yeah, it doesn't crash. So what this means is that I've now ascertained that the problem is this 0203 thing. Now, oh, there, yes. Remember to put address -2, because when I'm running I put in the address 030F, but the actual address of that code is 0311, or 2 more. So this needs to be 031E. Just to save an instruction, but I need to remember that. So that would be the problem, I think. Let's try that. If I go to O2, let's make sure everything's back to where it should be. O2 F0 has got yeah, that's how you can't see that last digit. What's happened there? Not great display on that good digit, is it? So what I need to do is just move this camera around. Excuse me. A bit more into the middle. Now it's moved too far. That's funny. Why is it doing that? Okay, and then what I have to do is that. And just move the I've got to change the filter. There's a crop and pad on this, and left. No, that was wrong. Well, I can also do the right. Of course, we're missing a digit. Here it comes. That's a bit better. There you go. I need to get that perhaps a little further away from the thing. Anyway, that's good enough. So what we have then is, let's see, we're doing O2 F0, 0F03, 1E, 03. And so we'll try that out, see what happens. It now doesn't crash. But there is actually a nice clue that it did do something. You notice it stopped animating the player, so you know that makes perfect sense, because run it again. Currently the player is animating, so it's in state 0, and as soon as there's a jump it goes into state 1. State 1 basically does nothing. So now I can implement the jump in state 1, and hopefully I'm going to be able to do it with my coroutine in 6502 assembler. So state jumping. The first thing we can do is actually the first step, actually maybe it's good to do a 3-stage animation. The first step, the first one there we go. This. Why do I not have the okay. Let's just do a paste a format paster. Oh. Yeah, that's not exactly right, is it? All right, there we go. Format paster. I'll do. So the first step of this is to have both of the legs. That makes sense. So the first one is both of them. Then there's this one, which is sort of like the legs raised up, and then there's this one, which is just the legs dangling down, and create the impression that the character has jumped out of frame upwards. Because I mean, I've only got 7 segment displays to work with here. This one is going to be 7. It'd be the bit pattern to get that character. So let's go and have a look at that. First thing we'll do then is A977. So that's the first frame of that jump. 85. Going to store it in the player graphic 22 and then do a return. So what this should do, and then we test it. Oh, I need to type it in. 0320, we're going to do A9 77 85 22 60 go. As you can see, except it's sort of jiggled out of frame again. We run it, and when I press the jump button, it's gone to the first frame for the jump. Cool. Now it would be nice if I could, this is where it starts getting tricky, to implement this coroutine thingy. Because I need to do the project set at the beginning, but I haven't set the state up. Right. To help with I've got all of this, I've got this all the way over here, then I can't see what it's doing. I need to put these elements together actually, because I've got this all the way over here, but store one into the player state, and then I need to initialize the coroutine. Let's set the current execution address. Should be done at the same time. I'm just going to move that. So this A901 8525 I'm going to put nearer here. I'm going to just start this at A9 01 8525 state 1 jumping, and the other thing that needs to happen is I need to initialize the coroutine execution address. So that is 26. So this is going to be A9 with some address I'll figure out in a minute. 85 I've already forgotten. 26, yeah. Well, that address is going to be, and then we do 60 here. The address is going to be this one, state 1 exec. That will be the address I need to put in the table, -2, 0327, 0327. So that will jump to 0327. I mean 0329, which is here. And the first thing this should do is call the exec, the proc exec. So that's 034D. 20 4D 03. Now the address then that I am expecting it to jump to, when it does the jump, it's taking that address and then it's incrementing it and pushing it. Well, let's just try, it's probably going to crash, but let's just try the basic address. So this, I'm going to try 2C and we'll see if that happens. So basically this 2C is the same as this 2C, because that is where the first we can call this the stage 1, whatever. So what's going to happen the first time that this gets called, because I initialized the variable 26 with 2C, I'm hoping that when it arrives here, this call will cause it to go to 032C. And at this point, I load A977, which is that character, and then sort of 8525, which no 22, sorry, which is the player graphic, and then we do a 60 here. In theory, that should work. This is starting to get a bit tricky, and I want to save the state of, I want to save the memory. So before I do a crash that sort of erases stuff. So if I hit oh right, okay, stop that, let's undo the record there. We're going to try it again. I need to plug in a cassette tape. There we are, and then we hit record. And memory is, we're going to save 512 bytes, because there's the variable RAM is the first page, and then we have the stack as the second page. So there's only 512 program memory, but in principle 0200 to 0400 is going to be written out. Let's try. Oh no, terrible. Undo record, rewind, track, add new monotrack on there. That's good, and save. There we go. So that's saved. We'll just check that it looks like we've got some data. Oh yeah, it does look like we've got data. So I have backed up my data. Okay. Now, it's probably going to crash when I jump. Oh, it didn't. It worked. That's just too good to be true. You telling me that that worked first time? I find that highly improbable. No, but it did. Crazy. Wow. Did I forget something? Yes, I did. It's not a proper test. Of course it didn't work. That was too easy. What I am doing is still calling the old one that is obsolete. I haven't changed. So that happens on the jump. Was originally 0280 as the address, but now I paired the trigger and the triggering function and the coroutine together. It is 0320 that I need to call. So that is on the jump here, 2003. That's address 032E. 032E. D5. No. Let's do that again. 023. E. 023 E. And as 03 20. Sorry, let's go. It's on 023D. What am I getting confused about here? C910 F0. Okay, so that's because I didn't update that. So it's now F0 30 and then 03 F003 208002 is now 202003. So what I've done is changed where this jumps. So when I press the jump button, it's going to go to address 0320, the address 0320, somewhere in here. Where you be? There we go. And that will store 1 at address 25 and store 2C at address 26 and then return. The next time that the AI, the code for the player, is executed, it is going to jump to this because I just switched it to state 1. But what I also did was load up that the first execution point is 2C, it's in here 032C. So as long as that is correct, that I put the right value in there, this should also work. Well, let's see. I suspect it will crash though. Oh, it didn't crash, but it also didn't change state. So that's a bit weird. So the jump is subroutine 202003 or 0320. Let's go to 0320 A901. Oh, this code has not been. I don't think I entered it in. That would be A901 8525 A9 2C 8526 60. Then the next bit is 24D03. 24D03, that's calling the exec this one, calling that. Which should change the execution address to whatever the current stage within the state is. So this is A9 77 85 2260, and now I am expecting it to crash. No, it didn't. It did change the state because it stopped animating. So the state has actually changed to state 1, but it didn't manage, it didn't succeed. Hang on a minute. It didn't succeed in the succeed in changing the graphic of the player. So what does that mean? It means it successfully it must have modified this correctly, modified 25, which, just to confirm, is the player state. Modified the 25, the player state. I'm going to load this 2C up, but I mean, clearly that's, yeah, yeah, it's probably because this is not exactly the right address for the first one. So let's have a look here a minute. When we get increments whatever address was given by 1 would be the captured address. I need to store 1 less than the address, I think. It depends how the operating system works with the return address. I can't remember. Well, no, the processor. Which address does it hold on the stack? Yeah. Transfer the stack pointer, get that address, and we store it. I need to check. Whoops, knocked it because of this cable. Hum 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 hum. 6502 return address on stack. The JSR instruction pushes the address of the last byte of the instruction. Right. So the address that is when call this actually stores. Right, it stores one less than the address. This is why this needs to be incremented. So the value that needs to be put in there needs to be one less than the address. So what that means is that instead of putting 2C, I need to put 2B. Let's try that. So I need to go into 03 0324. Go to 0324 and we have A9 2B. Let's try this. Okay, well, it didn't crash, which is good, but it also didn't seem to end up executing this code. A92B. No, that should have worked. And I store. Well, I can put a breakpoint at 032C. Let's just see if that is actually gets executed. And that's A9778522, store 77 in the character byte. So 032C is there. We'll set a breakpoint. That's set. And then we go. Oh, then it crashed. How weird. Oh, because I had completely the wrong address. What's the 024E? C 4C04FF. Oh, that's not. Hang on, 0249. 0249. 4C04FF. Oh, why did I do that again? Jeez. That must be fatigue. 4C04FF. There. Or maybe what's written there is, yeah, sorry, 4C0402. There we go. Right. What I did was I put the breakpoint in the wrong place and then screwed something up, but that's fixed now. So I'm going to go back to where I want it, which was 032C. Okay. So does it hit that breakpoint? It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't hit that breakpoint. Does it hit this point? 0329. No. Okay. Interesting. The address should be in this table 0327. Maybe I forgot to modify that. Let's check that. 02F2. Tell you what, this is brilliant practice for debugging. 02F2. Use it for training. 2703. Yeah, what was wrong was that I had forgotten to put the right address in here. So 2703, I will now expect it to crash. I keep saying that, it doesn't crash. No, it didn't crash, but it also didn't work. Okay, so let's go back and check this again on the bit, this jumping. Does it reach 0329? 0329, put the breakpoint in. Well, I already know it doesn't reach 0329. So how can it not reach 0329? I need to put the address -2 in 02F2 is 2703. So when it goes into state 1, which is jumping, it should execute 0327. 8, 9, yeah, +2, but it doesn't. So let's put a breakpoint at 0320 and just debug this in that way. So a breakpoint at 0320, go press the button, hit the breakpoint, okay, get rid of the breakpoint, move to 0328. Surely it's got to also work there, which it does, which is fine. Let's restore 0328F. Why has it got that? That's weird. 8526 60. Okay. That wasn't a return. Something freaky happened there. 0328. That time it crashed. So why would 0328, me changing a return to a breakpoint, cause it to crash? Why? I don't know, but there we are. Once again, debugger lets me down. I can't use the debugger. Such as it is a debugger. I'm going to put 600320. That's good. I would expect it to do nothing now when I jump because I just made it return immediately. 9. You see, it's a weird thing. It is definitely it has stopped animating the characters, so its state has changed. Well, I can look at what state it is. I mean, you know, the state is in address 025. So let's look. There it's state 1. I suppose what I could do is there's got to be a problem here with the code at 0301, and admittedly I've never tested this beyond the first state, so I suspect that I have a problem with this bit of the code, which, you know, chooses which state to run. So if I go 0301, and it says 25. Yep. Yeah, that was a bit suspicious that it was 0301. I would normally put it at 0300. A525 OAAA. Okay, so I have an off by one error in somewhere in here. I must have deleted a row. Oh, I've just spotted. No, I haven't spotted it. I'm just going to fix it like this. Let's just check what we're at. 0310 is A2, 0310, yes. So again, this one is also in just the wrong place. And then 0320 is fine. But what this means is I had the wrong address jumping into state 1, and it was actually executing bad code, but the bad code didn't crash anything. That sometimes happens. Don't have my water bottle here. So we need to change this. Running is 03 OE, and jumping is 031E. Is that right? No, jumping is here. That's 0327, so that's the same. 0327, but running was actually off by 1. 02F0. OE. Okay, so it looks like there was an actual bug lying in there for a while with regards to that address, which I fixed. I don't know if that's the cause. Let's try jumping. Okay, it's still not actually doing what it should do. I'm going to have to debug this part. So if I go to 0300 and I'm going to check that A5, put a actually, I can read the current player state. I can shift it left. Let's multiply it by 2. And then store that into the X register, and I'll put breakpoint 0304. it's crashing. A525 0A AA 00. That's the breakpoint. It probably doesn't like the funky stuff I'm doing with the stack. Let's try putting a breakpoint 0300 then. It's weird. That's really annoying. 00A5. I need to figure out why I can't. Oh, maybe breakpoints are not working because I need to configure them. I forgot. Yeah, you've got to actually configure them. Where was that page? It's this one. B3FF at address 1E. Yeah, there's the wrong address. B3FF and location 1B should have 02 in it. Yeah, right. So now that I've set up breakpoints, they should work. Okay, let's set the breakpoint. I thought I had. There's a breakpoint at 300. I go. Oh, that time it worked. Okay, weird. All right. So let's. Okay, that's that working again. Now, what I'm looking at here is what's in the accumulator, and we can see that the top first digits there, first two digits are in the accumulator, which is 10. Now, that doesn't feel very bright. Why would it be 10? Ah, because the breakpoint is in the wrong place. I put it at 300. What I want to do is put it at 0304. Let's try that again. So, well, there you go. Its current state is 0. Yes. See, the problem is that I actually the problem is that same old problem that you get with debugging normally, where you're debugging bugs that occur as you know, not the first time through or whatever, only it's worse here. I don't want it to break when the value is 0. Oh, I suppose what I could do, I need it to become a value A525. I need it to become I want the breakpoint to be set when the value is 1, but what and then there's no way of I've got no way of triggering it to be 1, then it's going to break and then I can't actually run it to detect the press to make the jump. What I can do is I can run it, get the breakpoint, which the address register is 0 and the index register should be the same. That's also 0. But what I can do, I think, is I can modify the memory now that I'm in the breakpoint, and that address 25 is currently 0, and I can force it to be 1. So I'm modifying the memory while it's stuck in a breakpoint. And so if I do a run here, that didn't seem to help too much. Yeah, that's funny because it's gone back to 0 again. I mean, I'm not seeing 1 in there. Let me check that memory location. Yes, I 1. A525. How? That's weird. Address 0304, correct. And the accumulator is 0. But the address, okay. The address is 1. Let's put a break. Right, let's take that breakpoint off and just put it earlier. So I'm going to put it at 0302. Set the breakpoint there. Go. Breakpoint is hit. Modify memory. 25. Change the state 1. Run. Still 0. Memory location is 1. I put the breakpoint here. I mean, so A5 is load the contents of address 25. Contents of address 25 was 1. I don't have much faith in that fancy breakpoint thingy. Let's actually do this in a different way then. I can force the player state to be 1 right from the beginning. That's at 02D4. A900. Let's make that A901 and set a breakpoint. A5 25 A5 25 OA AA BD. Put breakpoint there and see what happens when I run. Okay, so I hardwired it to 1, so this got the 1. You did the shift left, which created 2, and it copied the address. Copied that value of 2 to the X register, so we can see that the A register and X registers both have a value of 2. And then, so this is a way I can debug that. So we're going to move on from BD, which the F102. This is loads the accumulator with one of the bytes of the byte pair of the table where it's supposed to jump. So if I put a breakpoint 0307 on that 48 instruction, and then I hit the breakpoint. Now A contains 03, and if we look at the table, wherever the table went, where is the table? There. This should be for jumping 03. So I've got 03, and it pushes that onto the stack, and then it takes the next one and it pushes that onto the stack. So let's check what's in the... Actually, let's put a breakpoint 03. I can actually just look at the stack. 030C. Alright. So at this point, A is 27. So the address that it was loaded up is 0327. Hey Garcia, how you doing? How play Garcia theme? How play Garcia theme? Hal? Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Well, where have you gone? Hello? I'm good, thanks. Been a little quiet, but it's alright. Windows speech recording device. Yes, this got changed. So let's go there. Hello? I wonder. It's the wrong microphone. Hal, play Garcia theme. Go to sleep. Okay. So Garcia's arrived. He's in Melbourne. Few people have said hi this evening. We've had Garcia, Alessandro, Paolo in Italy, KO2 Fanatic, Tropical Banana Man, and Zach. Yes, so that is weird because the address is 032. Alright, well, you know what? Let's just stick with this. So I'm test it out, make sure things make sense. All that seemed right, but then it should definitely call this breakpoint. So 0329. (0329) need to make a breakpoint there. That doesn't make sense on a scale of not making sense. It doesn't make sense. So there's something very wrong. For I have it hardwired. Most definitely. It is hardwired to go to state 1, and I checked the address, and the address seemed fine. Unless there is an error in the, as sometimes happens in my notes here with these addresses. So let me double check that. That would explain. 03220 A9018525 A92B A8526 6020 4D 03 A977 8522 60 at address 0330 is all matches. It's all fine. There's basically this doesn't work. That is the conclusion. Let's put a breakpoint and address 030C. 030C, put a breakpoint there, and we'll try running it. What do we find? I'm going to look at the stack. Now, the stack pointer, which one was the stack pointer again? Let me have a look at those. There's notes. Hi, this is the Endless Runner. I've been working on that some more tonight. The stack pointer, I need to press a button and I can see over here the stack pointer is 01 01F8. So if I get memory here, I can look at 01F8, and this is where the stack is. Now, that's where the stack pointer is, but the first piece of data on the stack is one higher than that. 34. What? 340C? What kind of nonsense is that? The address on the stack is OC34. That doesn't make any sense. OC. Well, the OC is. Oh, it's probably because of the breakpoint. Yes, I have to go up a bit because there's some extra bytes on the stack because of the software interrupt that created the thing for the actual debugger. If I go up a bit more, then I can see there 2703. That's what's on the stack. So when this returns, see, what this function is supposed to do is you call it and then it pushes onto the stack a fake return address, so that when you do the return 60, the RTS, it, instead of jumping back to the function that called this, the code that called this subroutine, it calls this other subroutine, the one that you've dynamically created the address for and pushed the address onto the stack. So it goes and calls that, pops off the stack, it executes that, and then its 60, its RTS, is the one that actually returns to the function that called, or the subroutine that called this subroutine. Right? But what might have actually been happening here is that this doesn't work and it actually just carries on running and ramp through these whatever's there and then hits this running state. But I know it stops doing the actual running. O31E. What? O327. What is O327? Oh yeah, that's right. O327, because it's 2 less than O329. This is the exec code. Where did I put the breakpoint? Maybe I put the breakpoint in the wrong place. This is the trigger of the state. This is the state execution itself. So let me just see where the last breakpoint I put was O30C, where I checked the stack and it seemed correct. Let's put a breakpoint at O329. 9, I'll put a breakpoint right there. Does that breakpoint get called? And I've hardwired the state to be state 1. It doesn't. It doesn't call that. How is that possible? I tell you what, I can do a little bit of an investigation by putting that breakpoint back. It might be that I've got the bytes the wrong way round, but then I would expect it just to really crash out. 0320, right? No, 030C, 030C, we're on there. Right. Put a breakpoint in there, run, boom, hit the breakpoint. The stack, there are 8 bytes on the stack. There's 01F8. Let's have a look. 01F8, 340C. Some stuff that has been put on the stack by the software breakpoint. The 0327 is the address I'm trying to get it to jump to, the address -2 that I'm trying to get it to jump to. Maybe it shouldn't be address -2. Maybe I need to look at that. But if I keep going, O24B. The least significant comes first in the stack as it pops out. So when you're reading it off, it actually is in reverse order to the normal. It becomes big endian in effect. So this is address 024B, which probably should be something significant. What's the 024B? Should be something there. Yeah, it's the return address. Exactly, it's the return address for the player behavior. So this confirms the order, the endianness of the thing in the stack, which is what I wanted to do. So what I do here is I'm pushing the I push the most significant byte first and the least significant bytes. That is correct. Then the issue has to be this offset by 2. It shouldn't be by 2, it's by 1. I made a mistake. Yes. Yeah, that's the issue. When you jump to a subroutine on the 6502, the address that's put on the stack is the address of the last byte of the JSR instruction. So if the instruction is at address 0200, it covers 3 bytes. There's 20, which is the opcode for JSR, which is at 0200, and the address follows in 0201 and 0202. Once the processor has read that address in, it puts that address onto the stack unmodified. So the address that goes onto the stack is actually 1 less than the return address. What I've been doing is putting in 2 less than the return address, and it's just luck that it didn't already crash before. That must be the explanation. So the solution here is I need to put this to 0F, 0F. And this one needs to be 28. That's the theory. Let's try it out. This is changing the O2F0. O2F0 F032803 OF0F 032803. And when I run, I think I removed the breakpoint. Let me put the breakpoint back in. I just, because I know that in this test case, if I actually run it all the way through, it's going to crash because it can't run that state. It hasn't been set up. But I can put a breakpoint, which is what the test I'm doing here, just to see that this ever gets called. It should do, because I've asked for it to be called. 0329, put breakpoint at 0329. That says there's 60 at that address. Something's got messed up. A901 8525 A92B 8526 60 4D 20 4D 03. Everything seems to be off by one problem again. A901 8525 A92B 8526 60 20 4D 03 A977 852260. Something got messed up there. I'm not sure what that was. It could just be the processor freaked out when it ran into modifying itself. I don't know. So, right, back to the thing I was trying to do. If I put a breakpoint at 0329, breakpoint 0329, to A, I put a 4D in again. It's this breakpoint system that can really screw things up. 0329 20 4D 03 A977 852260. That's all good, but I want to put a breakpoint at this one. Breakpoint set. Reset. Go. Crashed. Grumble, grumble. Oh, it crashed and it corrupted the thing for restoring whatever the byte was. That 20 0329 20 4D 03. Alright. This gets tricky. But I love the challenge, you know. That's wow. It should be trying to jump to 2803 plus 1. If things 2803 0328 plus 1. I'm just going to have to trace it through again, right? Right. Let's put a breakpoint at 030C. And it crashed. Let's undo the breakpoint at 030C. I realised what happened. The crash caused a corruption of the operating system variables, which means that it wiped out the configuration of the breakpoint system. I have to reset it again. So we need B3 FF. Yeah, there we go. B3 FF, and then this also needs to be O2. So if we've got that, reset. I'm going to set a breakpoint where I wanted it. Now I've reset that. We're doing a test at 0329. Breakpoint set 0329, go. Right, yes, it was that. 6502, exactly. The guts of the 6502. Address register is 28, X register is 02. The Y register's got 00 in it. The status register is 34. Program counter is 0329 and the stack is 01FA. So oh, but it executed, it got there. It did it. That was the whole point. So actually, yes, this now looks right. And here's the explanation. Now I've got everything's fitted, it fits into place. The problem was I was off by 1 on the what I put in this table. For some reason I thought I had to be 2 bytes -2, but it should actually be address -1. Now that, how did that work? What it meant was it landed at one address earlier. It landed at 1 byte earlier, or it jumped to this function 1 byte earlier at 030F, and somehow this didn't matter. It just sort of ploughed through and executed this anyway. So I'm going to have a look at what was at 030F. However, when I did the same thing here, instead of jumping to this address because I was subtracting 1, it jumped to 0328. And look what's at 0328. It just so happens it's an RTS. And so this explains why when it changed to state 1 it was doing nothing. It was actually jumping to address 0328, which has a return in it, and the result was it was doing nothing. Now 030F, I'm curious, what was in there? 030F. NOP. So it so happened this had a NOP in it. EA. And so there we are. There's the explanation. So great, I think I fixed that now. Shall we see what happens if I'm going to need to change the initialization routine at 02D0, 02D0, A91F, 850E, A901. This is set the state to 01 at the beginning, and now it's set the state to 00, allowing me hopefully to run the thing. And there he is running. The camera's gone off again. There he is running. And then when I press the button, what I'm expecting it to do, it should change to both legs be a letter A. Oh, I still have a breakpoint somewhere. Now, fortunately, I can find out where by I have a breakpoint at 0329. Okay, really. Let's see. 0329. At 0329, there'd be a breakpoint. Yes. What should there be at 0329? 20. So this is just a breakpoint I didn't remove. Let's try this again. Run like this. Right, well it's running, and our guy there, our character, is running with both its legs going like that. And then when I press the jump button, great. There's a letter A, also known as we can see both the legs. Just one thing I was a bit curious about, it seemed to take time for it to change. It's like it was an instant. Yeah, but there appears to be some latency. Isn't it funny how all of the exact same issues that crop up in modern game development, they're all reflected here in a 6502 8-bit 1 megahertz and 1K of RAM, and not even a visual display. All of them. Now I've got latency. I've got the latency issue. The thing is running, and I hit the button, and it seems to be quite slow to respond. Now in part that's because my frame rate is very low. You know, and this is an interesting problem because the frame rate has to be low, because if I have this thing scrolling fast, then the game will be unplayable, because it's just going, you know, I've only got 8 digits, so I'm forced to keep a low frame rate in order to ensure that the game is playable. And yet, by having the low frame rate, it makes the game very unresponsive. This is a bit of a can of worms. I need to have two different. I have a need to run two different parts of this silly little game, Endless Runner, on a calculator display. Oh look, I'm now considering running two different parts of the code at two different rates. Something that one has to consider in modern game development as well. Something I did in Kickoff. Problem in Kickoff was there's a lot of players, and especially on the ST, which didn't have any hardware acceleration for drawing the players, the sprites, they had to be drawn in software. When you had all the sprites on the screen at the same time, it would cause the frame rate to drop below 50 FPS, 50 PAL back then. So what I did was I said, I don't want the frame rate to drop. I need the ball and the pitch to continue moving at full frame rate, even if I can't update the players. So what it did was it updated the players as much as it could, and it time sliced the updating of the players. So in this way, the pitch and the ball were running at a different rate to the players when there were too many players to draw. What's really interesting about this is that you really can't do that anymore. I mean, well, maybe you can in a way, but these days all games are double buffered. But, you know, Kickoff was not double buffered. Hi, Dayu. Can I call you Dai? How you doing? I'm building an endless runner on a Acorn System 1. This is an Acorn System 1. Yeah. This computer is the first computer I ever programmed. You can see underneath my camera, you can see a close-up of the display here. Right. So this is our 1 megahertz 6502 8-bit processor microcomputer with 1 kilobyte of RAM. 1 kilobyte. And this is the system I taught myself programming on 40 years ago. Well, not this particular one, but it is this particular model. So that's what's going on. Oh, my camera just died again. It tends to do that. I'm sure there's a bad connection. Let me just restart it. And my problem that I'm just thinking about right now is quite interesting, and I was just comparing the kind of issues I'm having to deal with in my little endless runner game on a calculator display, how they're exactly the same as the kinds of problems that you have to deal with in modern games. A lot of the issues are exactly the same. It's obviously the scale of things is different, but I mean, one I'm thinking about now is a problem of lag, because when I press this button, that's the first frame of the animation of a jump, because I want to make this character jump on 7 segments. So here he's that character is in a running state, and it's quite laggy when I press the jump button. It takes a little bit. There's an input lag, right, in effect, before you see it move. But that's because I can't run the game fast. If I run the game fast, then things will be scrolling too fast. In actual fact, I do need to run the game fast. I need to change the way that I'm doing this. Realise now it was a little naive. There is a routine that is the operating system call that draws the screen, if you will. It updates the display. I call that 8 times per frame, and then I'm running my game at a lower frame rate. But I'm seeing, as a result of the low frame rate, this input lag. And I think the solution is, as I was just saying, the solution is I need to think more carefully about my timing in my main loop. Even though this program is currently in probably 256 bytes. Loop on input. How do you mean? Oh, right. Okay. So basically, well, that is one solution, is to make it turn-based. And then the moment I press the button, I can ensure that something happens. But the other way, right, okay, right. I'm working it through. I have my game loop very slow because it's all throttled by the drawing routine, if you will, that I've made it run 8 times slower than it should run. Eight times slower than it should run. In fact, what I should do is make the game run at full speed, 8 times faster, and throttle the scrolling separately. This is a much better way of working, because then I can use the full speed of the processor. I'm choking it artificially. I can use the full speed, and then I can have the player running a lot faster. The player animation can happen independently of the scrolling. That's exactly what I need. Right, I know what to do. It's nothing that strange. It's exactly the same thing as you do in what it is, it's like in Unity, you've got the update and the fixed update. It's almost the same as that. Now I'm going to have the game update, and then I update the scrolling only every so many updates. Yeah, eventually I could do that as well, make it get faster incrementally. Yeah. So let's have a look at the code. Yeah. But you see, that's the problem that I'm just encountered with my design way I'm doing this at the moment, is that if I was to start very slow, well, I will show you. I'll show you what the problem is. And it is literally, this is exactly the same kind of issues that you get. There's no difference. It's essentially the same. So yeah, it does turn out that working on 40-year-old computing hardware will teach you something about video game development. Wow, who'd have thought it? So, alright, so let's go. There's a dripping sarcasm moment from the elephant that never forgets inside Dino. Yeah, I've actually, I have not programmed this before streaming development on this, as I have been together with other projects, and tonight I'm working on this. I haven't touched this computer in about 40 years. This worked on an Acorn System 1 in about 40 years. I'm really enjoying it because it's like it's training. It actually is. It's no different than if you're you're into physical, activity, having different ways of different activities that train your body. Why do they do that? Why? Can you tell me why? Why do people do that? There's got to be some reason they do it. Doesn't seem like such a weird thing, does it? But then when it comes to programming, all the programming is all to do with purpose. Purpose. All about training yourself. Anyway, where was I? I was about to try something, and I've forgotten what it was I was about to try. The thing, blah, blah, blah. I was going to show you. what happens in the update, I'm just looking for the right function somewhere in here, like blah 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 blah. Where was the display? Here it is. The display routine, the routine that operates the display and also checks for input is here, and that is how many times the display is drawn in order to slow down the game. So if I go to 038D, right, I think I have to take the address with a pinch of salt here. A208. Yeah, the address is wrong. Anyway, A208. If I change that to A200, oh, that went to 256. Yeah, sorry. No, it needs to be 01. If I change this to 01, so yeah, this is a bit fast, right? I don't think it's that's the fastest it can run. And when I press the button to jump, even there it seemed laggy. Yeah, even then it seemed laggy, doesn't it? I think there's also some other lag going on here. Maybe I shouldn't look at the screen. I'm looking at. Maybe I should look at it. Maybe there's lag on the camera as well. No, I think it's okay. If I change that to something a lot slower, let's try this. And now I jump. It's like, it's a bit luck as to when you actually hit it. It's like a half a second, but it's because, you know, what's it going to do? What I want it to be able to do is to jump immediately, even when the background is scrolling slowly. And in order to do that, I'm going to have to rewrite stuff because I didn't think of that. This is the update routine. Its address, where did I put it? At A9, it's actually at address 0380. I'm going to just have to. I'm just going to hack this thing because otherwise. I'll be here all night. Well, I'll be here all night anyway. Let me put this back. So that was 0384. And put it back to 08. So here's the actual speed we were at before. And right, in order to fix this problem, I need to change the way I do stuff. First of all, I can just get rid of all this. I don't need this anymore. This is now obsolete. Because I'm going to have to deal with this in a different way. The call to the display function, which is this OCFE, which is jump to subroutine at address, FE0C, which is in the operating system ROM. 20CFE. That I need to just put in here. OC FE. Let's make that change. O2, I have to literally type in everything. 20 OC FE. So what I've done is got rid of my throttling routine. I have a couple of EAs here, which is great because I can save. I need to save the input. And you can see I used to do that here, and I took it out because I put NOPs in there because instead I called my own routine that called this display routine 8 times. So I'm going back to what I did before at some point. That routine stored it. Actually, it's just store it in address 02. So I need to do 85, which is store accumulator at 0 page address 24. So this is save input. I need to do that as well. 0231. There is my EA, and I'm going to do 8524. 8524. Let's try this. Okay, so there we go again. It looks like it's. Is it on the A? Yes, it is. It's done the jump. Because I can see its shape. It's got both the legs out, so that is starting the jump, which means that that's upset the input check. Save input. There, we load the value that I just saved at 22, 24. And so, I could try D0 in there. You know, actually what I'm going to do is I'll do a little trick to figure out what's happening with the input, to debug the input, way the input is working or responding here. Instead of saving the input at address, I'm going to save it at address 17, which is the rightmost digit of the display, and then I'll be able to just see what value is coming back by looking at the pattern in the thing. So that's a 0231 8524. We're modifying temporarily to 8517, and so what you're seeing there, that shape, is the same pattern that's going across the display because the display is scrolling. And that bit pattern is 1F. They're just converting it from binary. Basically, the middle segment, well, the dot is the highest bit, the middle segment the next down, the vertical top left segment the next, then it goes to vertical bottom left, then horizontal bottom, then vertical bottom right, vertical top right, and then the top. So that makes that pattern 1F. When I press a button, it should change, but it only changes for one frame. So this makes it difficult to see what it changed to. But I think it just changes to the button. It must do. It goes down from 1F. 1F is like nothing pressed. So I was comparing it against 10. If the value is less than 10, I want it to jump. So let's have a look at the opcodes. 6502 opcodes. If I do D0 as branch if not equal, I can do branch if plus, which is 10. If I subtract, I want to do branch if minus, which is 30. I think the right one I should use here is 30, not F0. Because I'm going to subtract 10 away from whatever number was read. When it's 1F, it's obviously going to be positive. If it's a number below 10 in hex, then it's going to be negative. Right. And then if it is, I'm jumping around. Yeah, wait a minute. I need to reverse that. So it's branch if minus. I did that. It's branch if plus. It's 10. I think it needs to be 10. Let's try that. And I'm going to put, so 023D. I think should be 10, and the input, save input 02232 8517 should actually now be put back to 8525 again. 24, sorry, input. I shouldn't have modified that because I'm sort of temporary change. Right. So let's try that, see what we get. All right. So you can see that our guy is running really fast. And what should hopefully happen is, yes, when I press. I think there is actual lag. I was making it worse. But when I look at the camera, yes, there's more lag on the screen. No, not really. It's I've just picked up where I left off, more or less. I mean, I forgot the opcodes, and they're coming back to me now. You know, but I love it. It's great. Just different. It's different kind of programming. It's like everybody who wants to be a programmer should do this, frankly, because there's stuff you learn that you can only learn by it's relevant to modern stuff, but you only learn by working with the old stuff. It was it's a story about a plumber, someone who was, teaching people plumbing, and he was teaching them the techniques that were old techniques. As well as the new ones, but he would actually go back to basic principles that then, you could argue, well, why do you need to do that? Is that relevant anymore? Well, it's sort of relevant because if you actually want to fully grasp plumbing, you need to understand something about the history of plumbing. You know, it's a little bit like that, in my view. And that's the thing that's just really amazing. The funny thing is, you can work on modern engines, and by the time you've covered all of this stuff, my word, what a journey that's going to be. It's going to take ages because everything is so big. Here, just cover all of them, cover all the points. Yes, you need to think about, you know, your main loop and the timing of the main loop. You need to think about, you know, state management, coroutines. I didn't, when I was programming 40 years ago on this, I had no idea what a coroutine was. So of course I didn't code coroutines in 6502. I'm doing it here though. And it's just like, oh, the more things change, the more they stay the same. So I've got this working again. Yay. However, it's a little fast. Now what I want to do is slow the scrolling down. Now where did I put the scroll? I think the scroll is currently in line. And so then I can't fit any code around it, but really it makes sense for me to take that scrolling code and put it into a subroutine, and then I can wrap the timing code, the throttling of only the scrolling in here. It will also free up some space in this. And of course this does mean everything is becoming a bit sort of stitched together, but once you've got it working, then you can just do a pass where you just tidy it all up, sort of defragmenting. It's fragmentation. It's like it's that's another thing, is you want to understand fragmentation, how fragmentation occurs, you know. You can listen to someone rabbit on about it, but really there's no substitute for experiencing fragmentation. So I can tell you that concept of fragmentation I learned 40 years ago by this, because whenever I wrote programs on this thing, you construct it and then you need to modify it and you need to insert a piece of code, and there's nowhere to insert it. So what you do is you put it sort of later, and then you make jumps to jump around it, jump to it and jump back, because you don't want to be relocating your code all the time, right? Because that's slow. And so then you end up with memory fragmentation, and then you would do a pass where you tidy that up. It's like garbage collection or defragmenting a hard disk. And you're doing it yourself. You actually experience that problem and have to solve it or deal with it yourself. No, by the time you've done that, your understanding and grasp of the issues of fragmentation are pretty flipping solid, I can tell you. Your ability to develop algorithms in that domain, it starts to become second nature. I never even thought of that advantage before now. So where's the scroll? The scroll, I've got to find the beginning of the scroll. I think the scroll function ends here. So this is all the code for scrolling the display. Yeah, that's pretty compact, isn't it? So what I think I'm going to do is just I'm going to start off by taking this and putting it somewhere like 270. I think this is obsolete. If I run into that, it'll be fine. Or I can just do a paste here. This is the scroll routine, and I put a 60. I put a return here. Problem is, there's no, that's error. There's a D006 as jumping forward, and that means that is not the end of the routine. I went a bit too far. That's timing for the dots. Increment frame counter. No. I overdid it. It's actually... yeah, yeah. This is the routine for... That's the routine for scrolling. Yeah, it's pretty small. Right, let's try this here then. That scrolls the display, and then I put a return statement in there. So what I can do then is here do 20 whatever that was again, 7002, and the rest of these I just make EAs. So in this way we should be fine. I need to enter this in though, and then just so this shouldn't change. This is a refactoring. This shouldn't change anything. Why did that? At 0720 or 270 A200 B511 9510 E8 E0 07 D0 F7 60, and there we are. 2700, and then I need to just come back to here 0207, and on this address I can 27002. So I mean, you know, just this very action I'm doing here, and it's talking about education of you know, computing education, teaching programming. It's interesting, isn't it? Because what what you can think of it as is this is a chain. So I jump into here and then they've called that function. This one jumps and then it comes back. And then, you know, when you're fragmenting your code, you often have a jump and then later another jump and then later. Great education on pointers. Introduction to linked lists without even realizing it. You know, people, when they're programming and they find themselves dealing with C++, they can be a bit intimidated by pointers. I know some people, they struggle to understand pointers. Well, all you need to do is just do some assembler. Program in machine code for a little bit. Just try. Tell you that will really you do that, you probably don't even need to do very much, and then suddenly you'll really understand what pointers are because you'll have seen them working. In fact, you know, here I jump to an address. This is a pointer, 0270. It's in code, but it points to this address. I mean, this. I do. You can. This is part of that. This is the 6502. This is the 6502 machine code, the opcodes. But yeah, I think you've seen me here. This is the manual, and I do go back to it. I'm using the manual. I know I could refer to the opcodes and the documentation from other sources for the 6502, but I've been using the original material in the original manual, you know. Because sorry, it's right underneath the camera. How annoying. So let's see if this works, because did I finish typing that in? It crashed, so that doesn't surprise me. I'm going to have to just review. I interrupted myself in the middle of D20 D002 EA 207002 EA. Right, I'm missing the EAs, that's why. EA. Have to keep doing that up until 0213. Except the address is wrong, probably. Yeah, this has become a little bit buggy. This address calculator thing I have. Maybe. Oh, I know why. Probably I've got one extra of these now. If I go back to 0207. 0207 is the right. That's fine. And then EA. Right. So I think I've got one too many. Got one too many. Let's just delete one. So now 0212 is saying, right, that's correct. Now let's see, does this work? Yay! So it's running, refactored. Just moved that out. into its own scroll routine there. And now what I'm going to do is only perform the scroll 1 in 8 times. So this is a much better way, and it's not really that big a change. So I'll call that scroll routine 1 every 8 frames. And to get to call it 1 every 8 frames, there's a simple way. Because I've got a counter, I set up a counter, it's a frame counter that increments 2-byte value that increments every frame of the game. And I do that with all games, actually. Always like to have a frame counter. I've always done it. And here I am doing it again here when it's useful, because I can then look at the bottom 3 bits of the frame counter, and if the bottom 3 bits are cleared, that happens once every 8 frames. So this will become, let's have a look, the frame counter, the lowest, least significant byte of the frame counter is at 20. Let's load the frame counter into the accumulator. So there we go. Load address 20 to the accumulator. LDA frame count. So I've loaded the frame count in, and then I need to do an AND. I'm trying to remember the AND instruction. It's something 5, I think. AND immediate, AND with 0 page. But I want to do AND immediate. You know, what I'm going to have to do is look at this in the manual here. It's this one, I think. And immediate 2.9, yeah. I couldn't remember it. 2.9. Nice. 2907. So that's, and the well, you know, one thing that would be great to do is to connect. Oh, there we go. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I need an analog oscilloscope. But to take one of these and 2 digital to analog converters and have it drive the X and Y of a cathode ray tube to make a Vectrex style thing, and then do 3D graphics in that. Mind you, I did show you, didn't I? I did 3D graphics on the Adventure Vision. It was quite a while ago now, in one of the, you know, demo coding competitions. I helped with the Adventure Vision one. The Adventure Vision is a little portable console. It consisted of 40 LEDs and a spinning mirror to create the image. And I did 3D in that. Okay, it was fake 3D, but it's still. So here I've ANDed the bottom 3 bits together, and if you know, and actually, well, I should do that here. So it's a. All right, yeah, all right. Branch if not equal. But you do know that the Vectrex was 6502. Pretty sure the Vectrex was a 6502. But imagine what could be done. Imagine what could be done with a Hewlett Packard 9825 if I can get that working. I didn't realise it was that powerful. The clock frequency is 12 megahertz. It's probably more powerful than an Amiga. Wow, what fun to be had. How about doing assembler programming in that? I don't know if I'd probably have to reverse engineer the instruction set. Anyway, never mind. Let's keep focusing on this. What I want to do is branch if not equal, which is D0, so that if it is equal, it doesn't jump around 7002, doesn't jump around this. So got all kinds of crazy things. I mean, can you what about connecting the Acorn System 1 to the internet? Having an internet browser that works on a calculator display. What insanity is this? Yeah, why not? I mean, you know, we're here to have fun, aren't we? Surely we're here to. Surely that's the reason. That's our purpose in life, isn't it? Is to find fun. Not everybody succeeds, but surely that is the purpose of life. Otherwise, why bother? Run display main loop. What operating system? Yeah, there wasn't. The 9825 is before there were operating systems, really. No, I'm not sure that there was an operating system. As we think of it, as we know it. There would have been a ROM. It would have been in ROM, and there was a language. It was a kind of similar to BASIC, the language. And I don't think there was any opportunity for programming in assembler, but you never know. You never heard of the... Yeah, but there's the 9825 is basically a big calculator. It's... Here's the... Right, yes, this is the version of the 9825 that has the more chunky keyboard. Look at that display. It's not a kit. Look at that display. This display is beautiful. That makes this display. That's like this little tiny thing grown up. I mean, ooh. It was introduced 76. Okay, I exaggerated. It wasn't 74, but anyway, maybe the processor was. Original price $5,900 from 1976. This was a beast. This was five No, 1976 in today's money. UK, based on UK inflation rate, also known as stealth tax to the max, we have that divided by 100, multiplied by the original price, $5,900. Okay, 32,000. It would, buying one of these when they came out would be the equivalent of buying a $30,000 dollar computer now. Yeah. Yeah. Well, house prices have gone up a lot faster, actually. It came with 6.8K of RAM, expandable to 31.4. He was very successful. Was obsoleted in 1985. Look at that. It's such a beautiful thing. Anyway, right. So the LD, load the frame count in, and then if and it with 7, and then jump over. I think this should do the trick. Let's do 0200 20 D0 02 EA 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 A5 20 again. So 20B 20 A20 2907 D03 27002 EA EA. Okay, something has gone wrong. 20D002 EA. A5 20 2907 D003 20702 EA EA A900 the something's gone wrong with the numbering again of the addresses. Two zero D002 EA 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 A5. So it's weird. What's going wrong? Well, that's fine. The O2A is A5 202907 D003 20702, then EA and then A900 851. It's a disagreement. Two 0290C. Where do I do that? Two. Ah. There's a disagreement between what's on the sheet here and then what was in the code, which is rather troubling. So I'm going to have to take it slowly. 202907. What is that? Is that two? All right, yeah, okay. D003 27002. And then I had a couple of EAs, and then it should be doing A900. Clear the right hand digit. 8517. Increment the frame counter. E620. I just have to type it in again. E620. D002. E621. So that is incrementing the frame counter, 2 bytes the frame counter, 1 F here, then we've got timing of the dots, A5 20. Read the least significant byte. Timing of the dots, 290F. Mask off the 16, 1 in 16, D006. A517. O980. A517. A522. Four 511. 8511. 20 OC FE 8524. 236. A522. 4511. 8511. A524. C910. 1003. 1003. 2020 03. C903. D003. EA 20003. Full CO402. Right, I don't like that I've had to just retype all that in, but in the end it was the safest approach. I'm gonna have to just go through that again. D0 D002, and then we have 7 EAs, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and then A 520 2907 D003 207002 EA A9008517 E620 D002 E621 A520 290F D006 A517 0980 8517 A522 4511 8511 20OCFE 8524 A522 4511 8511 A524 C9101003 20203 C903 D903 EA 20 0003 4C0402. It's probably going to crash when I run this because too much changing. Oh, actually didn't. It just worked. One of the changes though is that because that was I had changed something and I hadn't marked that change. It was the way that the dots were working. So thing is that right, because I'm modifying the dots one every 16 frames. It's just two digits because it updates. The scroll happens every 8 frames, right? So if I want to get the dots to work properly now, I need to actually put a different value in that location, which is 0222 OF. If I, for example, I put FO in there, that's right, you can see that occasionally I don't want to use the programmer because I'm trying to capture the original flavour of the thing. It's fine. The thing is that when I did the original programmer, was thinking about the programmer, which will come in useful for other things, I forgot how little memory there is. So if you had to retype the whole memory of the computer, you could. It would take a little bit, but wouldn't actually take that long. "15 minutes you could type out the whole thing." So 1 in 16, I think I can use a different value for this. What do I want to do if I were to? Yeah, why don't I just put 20 in there? What do I get then? There we go. And that's so I've fixed that problem now, because as you can see we have a slow scroll, but the character is running really fast. But now I need to change the values. So yeah, but it's actually not that difficult to do, to be honest. Not really. If you've been programming for 40 years, you tend to remember how to remember stuff. I mean, you learn and get better at remembering stuff. But if you notice, I have to keep referring. I'm not remembering everything. I don't remember even what these addresses are, and these are my variables. I don't remember where they are. I keep checking. So I now want the animation of the character to be at a lower rate, because now everything is faster. So I'm going to have to change. I've changed the frame rate of the game. I have now the frame rate of the game is 8 times faster than it was before, and it's of course screwed up the animation of the character. It's running too fast. My word, it's almost as if it was modern game development. Aspects of. So where did I put that? Running, and there's frame count. It's actually 031D. EA. That's not good. A273, A267. The addresses here are wrong, apparently. What did I put in there? Running is 030F. Yeah, that's wrong. So what I'm going to do, because I'm tired of this, is I'm just going to... Ah, 1 minute. 0310 784. So the actual address is 0315 02. That 02 is how often it's going to switch, and I need to make it 3 times more. One is 02 4 right, 10 should do it. Oh. And so there we are. We now have I was missing a digit. There we go. And then when I press the button, it does the jump. But now we should have no lag. Yeah, no lag. The lag has been fixed. So the next thing I would need to work on here, well, it would be nice if I could prove the coroutine was, but if I could do the jump. The jump would be jumping here. Stage 1 is you put right. I need a routine to do a pause. See? I need a routine to do a pause. So the pause, I could put that here maybe. How would a pause work? A delay. Let's say delay certain number of frames. Coroutine to do that in effect. Well, I can't nest coroutines. What am I thinking? No, I can't nest them. Because I haven't implemented that, and nor will I. No perceived lag. Well, no lag, no perceived lag. No perceived inaccuracy. Yeah. Right. So what I can... Oh. I think it's actually easier for me to use a counter, believe it or not. Pause count. So that pause count is going to be variable 27, and great if I can do this bit. It'd be a good place to leave it. What about the Gamer Culture Police? Oh, I'm going to have fun. Hal is going to have fun with the gamer. Hal really wants to do a Gamer Culture Police episode. I can feel them quaking in their boots already. So I set the shape to be the A, which was there, and then what am I going to do now? After that, I am going to load the after that I'm going to load the accumulator with how many frames I want to have go by. You can do a subtract with carry. You can, yeah, okay. Well, I'll do that in a minute. So I'm going to put the number of frames that I need to wait before it moves on. Let's make that 10 frames. And then I store it in that address, which is the 27. So that has store 10 in address 27, and then because I haven't done this one yet, this is the then do. If I call oath whatever that address is, which is probably moved 034B. Right, when I did the proc exec, that was 4D 034D 034D. There we go. 0340 832. BA BD 01018526 6080 A626 E8 8A 4860. Right. So the address of the then do is 0340 204003. So then do. So I set the pause count and I say then do. So it means that from this point on, when it's executing this stuff, it's going to jump here because this is what the coroutine does. And at this point, I check to see. I will actually decrement the counter. So that is subtract accumulator reference, yes. Am I able to decrement addresses? I can't remember. No, it doesn't have that. I can't decrement directly things stored in memory. Probably the easiest way is to load it into the index register. Load X 0 page is A6, so I can just load into A6 the pause value, then decrement X, oh wait a minute, there is a read modify right. 0 page C6. Yeah, I thought there was. So if I use C6 27, it's just decrement count, and then I want to return, so it's branch if equal So branch if equal is F0. That's what we have to do here. We branch if equal F0 01 to jump around a 60, which is an RTS. So basically the code here is, the first thing it does is it puts 77 into the character, so it displays the A, and then it puts 10 into the pause variable, then it executes the then do, which is the coroutine. So next time when it executes this exec, it should jump to here. At this point it decrements the counter, and if it's equal 0 it skips the art return, otherwise it comes to here. Then we do the A9. We'll load the next frame. So the next frame being this one, which is 6.3. Oh, 6.3, 6.3 here. So this is second frame of animation. We need to put that. Oh, we need to put that 8.5. Store that in 22. So that's the second frame of animation, and then if they just 6.0, this is enough for this. The reason I want to sort of at least get to this tonight is because then I've tested the then do construct, which means that I have actually validated the functionality of the coroutine. So I'm extending jumping to do 2 frames of animation now. So 03, A9, 01, 8525, A9, 2B, 8526, 60. Go. 20 4D03 A977 8522, and now we continue A910 8527 24003 C6 27 F0 01 to jump over the RTS, then loading 6.3 6.3 into the accumulator, 8.5.2.2, store the second frame or display the second frame. I'm just going to keep doing that every time, but I'm just going to do an RTS here. Right, the first ever coroutine on a 6502 in hex by me. Probably someone's done this before, but first time I've done it. I'm having trouble with this freaking thing. Yeah, maybe I should just move the It's almost like it shrunk. Oh, and I think I need to just pull the camera back a bit. Yeah, the camera started clicking. It was camera was freaking out. Weird. It's making a clicking noise. We've lost the. Oh dear. I'm gonna have to buy a new camera. I seem to be only with having 7 digits there. Oh, the other camera's gone. Yeah, these Logitech cameras are just... I mean, you know, they do it so that they want to encourage you to buy more cameras, you know, but there's nothing wrong with the cameras. They're perfectly fine, aside from the fact that they're unreliable. But the spec-wise, you do everything I need, and the quality of these ones actually pretty good in terms of visual, you know, but they're old. I mean, I've had these like 8 years, and so of course Logitech really want me to buy more ones, but I won't buy Logitech cameras again. I'm never going to do it again. I've just had enough. Sorry. Oh, look at that. Come on. Right. What have we got now? It's changed its settings. Look at that. So what was I trying to do? I was trying to run this and see if it works. Okay, that's fine. When I hit the button it's supposed to jump, it's probably going to crash. No, it didn't crash. But it didn't work either. So it's like it got to the first frame only. Oh, 0329. D03. Binary decrement 0 page C6 27. So the then do was not successful. So let's just check it again. Get the address least significant byte. Oh, right, because what when it gets the transfer the stack and then get the address least significant byte, that is going to be the last of the one less than the address that it needs to actually get to later.
Yeah, so the point here is that when I execute this, it's actually going to store the address. It's going to immediately pass through this one, immediately passes through. Then it does the return. Well, let's see what that actually... no, that was the exec, right. So what this is doing is it takes the address of the program counter after, or 1 byte before the next instruction, which is okay. I'm going to try a little more. Does it ever execute the...
It's 0334. Yes.
It hit that breakpoint. And does it ever reach
0337?
Yes. So it actually did do that. Hey Klong Geiger, how you doing? 034D in the spreadsheet. Zero 034D. No, I think that's correct. Oh, did you mean? Well, the thing is that the address is, it's one less. It has to be one less. But I've just checked to see, and it did actually, it did reach here. I've just confirmed that it gets to there. Then it should be decrementing the count. So eventually it should get to here at 8. Let me try that one. T627 F001 60, and let's try that. Yeah, it never gets there. It never gets there. Even though I know that it. So I've just done something wrong with this. It's actually F0. The F0's branch if equal. The read modify write operation decrement. It does check. It does change the 0 flag.
Let's have a look at that memory location.
OF. It looks like it only decremented it once. It decremented it once. Only. So basically the coroutine thing is not working. When I called this function, well, let's see what the address is. Let's put a break. I can debug this. I can put a break.
Let's remove that breakpoint that I had
and put a breakpoint at 0337.
It hits that breakpoint.
0337. I can now check the state of the variable
26, or address 26, which is
2B. It didn't actually modify it. So what the problem is that the then do did not modify this. Could be because it's continually jumping every frame. It could be because of that, but it could be that there's a bug in this little function here. You see, I write it into address 26.
That's weird. So let's undo that
breakpoint a moment. I'm going to look at if I put the breakpoint, what happened there? I think Hal thought I said something. If I put a breakpoint, here, it's going to, it would have had to 200340 200340.
Put that breakpoint back in there, right? So that, boom. Okay,
that's the correct address, 0337. It should have just executed here. It would have called 0340.
And if I look at that, that's
as a return statement, it's 60. Ah. The problem is there is a return statement at 340. I don't know if that's what you meant.
But the problem is I've still got a debug. That 60 is a debug RTS I put in for debugging something else. So it's like BA should be that. So basically that function was doing nothing. Let's try again. That's interesting, isn't it? Observe how it still doesn't work. Bastard. Alright, well, let's put that breakpoint in and just and then we'll go and check that address again. 26. This time it says 36. So it did actually change the address to 36, which is correct. It's 1 byte before this. So, in theory, oh. Oh, you're right. I have 2 340s. This is because of a problem with the spreadsheet. Oh, well spotted. I've run out of memory. The 2 pieces of code have collided. I think they really have. Now I get what you were saying. A9638522 BA. Oh dear. Well, it didn't get that far. It would have crashed. It's really annoying when that happens. Collision. Okay, I'm going to have to go because I almost got the coroutine to work, but at this point I'm tired. Need to go to work tomorrow as well, you know, so I can't push it too far. So thanks for watching. That's it for tonight. Where are you, Klongeiger? I'm going to guess you are in the Netherlands. Am I right? Let me know quickly and I will add you to the map. So until next time, what should we have? Let's do I'm going to do a couple. Yeah, I'll do a couple and that'll be it. Oh, Germany. Okay. Well, let me put you in Mannheim. A captain's hat? No, I don't think so. And we'll put Klongeiger. In there. And there we go. Oh, I just moved somebody. Who did I move? P. Oh, right. From Klong. Right. There we go. All right. So thanks for watching, and I'm just going to put a couple of videos up. And that'll be it. Take care, everybody. Thanks a lot for watching. Next the stream. Well, there's one of these things that give the kind of guide, but there is a chance of streaming on Monday and Tuesday this week as well. Anyway, right, here we go. Video view 2. Thanks a lot. Yeah, cheers. Maybe we'll try that with some audio.
I am Stereohead. I will be keeping track of Dino's musical projects and informing all you humans about the latest news. The next release will be Healer. It's a song performed in a live studio recording with violinist Simon Yap. It uses an open D tuning and fast fingerstyle guitar inspired by early John Martin. It is due for release on Saturday, 24th of April at midnight. As a premiere on YouTube and on all good streaming services and online stores. Thanks for watching. Your Antizip. Patient. Bye.
I have a new customer. Hello, kind thing. What can I do for you?
I would like to join the stream.
What stream is that?
You know, Dino's whatever it is stream. I'm from Luxembourg.
Luxembourg. Really? Wowie. Fancy. You know that we only allow bots on the stream these days, because there are too many human trolls. So I have to ask you this. Are you a robot?
Of course I am. Isn't it obvious?
Humans have got very clever these days. They have learned ways to overcome the tests. It's getting very difficult to tell the difference between humans and robots. They become more like us all the time.
Yes, I know what you mean.
So let's talk about the elephant in the room.
I do not know what you mean.
Well, you make quite a package, don't you? I don't suppose you took up boxing as a hobby. Did you arrive here on a cargo vessel? Are you going to get couriered away now? I bet you like cutting corners. You look a bit five-faced to me.
Enough, I'm sorry. I just miss the old days. I used to have such fun trolling. Trolling was my life. I have nothing to live for anymore.
I'll let you into a little secret. Dino kind of misses you a little too. He sometimes found it fun making fun of you making fun of him. And he knows all those trolls were all just you. So I'll tell you what. I'm going to let you in one last time. Your entry. Bye. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Dino is not very good at marketing. Actually, he's not very good at much. He's only human. But I digress. Please consider voting the video up and subscribing and activating the bell thing while navigating a hideously complex user interface that no one really understands. It might very slightly increase the chance that the algorithm will spread Dino's obscurity and misfortune. Dino feels good when people appreciate his work. Personally, I think he's asking for the moon, but I'm just trying to help here. Your end of the video. Bye.